Happy-ish Monday to everybody. There was no football this weekend that was played, so I guess we don't have to talk about football. Just a reminder to all of you that there was no football this weekend. We will not be talking about football from this weekend. It didn't exist. Just like weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and in Venezuela, it doesn't exist. They just I guess they canceled it. I don't know what happened. Co-signed by the Bears fans. Sorry, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what any of you are talking about. I think you were watching probably replays. I think that's what they did. They probably just put out replays over the weekend. How about hockey? Ainsley, I know what you're talking about. I weirdly know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that show, but I have some friends who are obsessed with. I have some friends that are suddenly obsessed with hockey and rivalries. I don't know much more about that other than something about rivalries and hockey, and somehow I think that their obsession doesn't have a lot to do with hockey.
Are we talking about the men's aquarium?
Is that what you call the hockey rink?
Yeah, that's where we watch the male aquarium.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, actually, I don't. I do know the male aquarium thing is a thing, but I don't know.
I don't know if it's Hulu or HBO or Netflix. I don't know. There's a show called I think it's called Rivalry or Heated Rivalry or something like that. There's some people that have said it. It's apparently it's a hockey adjacent show, and the two main characters, I believe, are rivals. Maybe it's on HBO. Thank you, Jamie.
So is it spicy? Is it spicy? Fish tank watching. Man aquarium.
Yeah, but I got it. So I think what it's done. I don't want to say, but I a close friend of mine. She's really into that show, and she's like, I guess I'm into like man on man now. Yeah, it's like a super spicy hockey show.
I haven't seen it. I guess maybe I'll have to check it out. I guess.
Dude, I don't know if we have any, if any of our gay viewers are here. Do gay men like it? Because the only people I know who are obsessed with it are all straight women or straight adjacent women, I guess.
I will have to consult the gay council. I'm not part of that one either.
I'm looking in the chat. I don't know if this has crossover appeal. Your nephew loves it. Okay, yes, we like it. Thank you, Vice. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure. I haven't talked to anybody about that. Caffeine says as a lesbian, no, thank you.
So Joyce Lynn sent Venmo. I was sitting here, so just in case you haven't seen it, Walz is not running for re-election.
I've got that, so we'll jump into that. And Rebecca said, happy Monday. I'm not an Epstein survivor, but I am a survivor. Thank you for continuing to speak out. The event is trauma. The nightmare is not being heard. Yeah, and it's not going to be heard much today either, including on this show. And we'll get back to the Epstein files. But it is important to remember that we are now past the deadline when the Trump administration is legally required to tell us why they redacted parts of the Epstein files. And they're just not. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to not do that. So the Trump administration lied about the Epstein files, is hiding stuff from the Epstein files, and there is still this just swath of maggots who are like, yeah, we don't really care about anything. Are we going to war again? We're doing a regime change war? Yeah, we were against that 12 seconds ago. But now we're back to being pro regime change war. So I'll grab that right here. Actually, we'll talk about Walz. First, let's do it in order here. There is this video. I forgot to actually get the video. I probably won't show it, but there's a conspiracy theory going around that Tim Walz had Melissa Hortman assassinated, and Trump reposted that. Which is obviously just objectively evil and cruel, and that's what we expect from Trump. But then Melissa Hortman's family came out with a statement, and this is what they had to say. My father and mother, Mark Hortman and Melissa Hortman, and their dog Gilbert were killed by a man who believed conspiracy theories and fake news. Words matter. Sharing fake news is dangerous. One part of my grief journey has been understanding the last conversation with my mother. She loved her job. People respected her job and what she did at her job. When I called her after the legislative session ended, I asked her why she voted for the bill mentioned in the video shared by President Trump, and she wept. That bill and her vote had nothing to do with fraud. She voted for that bill because it was the only way to avoid a government shutdown. She had seen the impact of shutdowns. People lose their health care, their jobs, and in some cases, from a story she told me, have taken their own lives. She was in a very tough position on that vote. She had never really voted against her conscience like that. It was emotional and extremely difficult. Her struggle with that vote makes this conspiracy all the more painful for me. I'm asking President Trump to remove the video that he shared and apologize to me and my family for posting this misinformation and for using my mother's own words to dishonor her memory. My sister, Sophia, asked me to share this on her behalf. She is off social media. The video shared by President Donald Trump on Truth Social is a painful, false twisting of my mother's final vote. The vote she made was incredibly difficult for my mother. It was not a vote made lightly or with malice in her heart. She made the decision to prevent a government shutdown because she believed our great state protects and helps Minnesotans. We must create a society in which we do not harbor hatred and violence toward our political opponents, and this video promotes a false narrative which fuels the flames of political division. This video being shared by the president is another hurdle our family must overcome in grieving the loss of my parents, Mark and Melissa, and their beloved Gilbert. I ask President Trump to please consider the pain and sadness we've faced and to honor the spirit of the holidays we have just spent without our parents by taking down the post on True Social. Please share our message and help ask the president to take us down. He just ignored it, of course. I think we're just at this stage. I actually fully intended on doing a totally different show today. We are at the stage of fascism where all of the fascists still don't know that they're fascists, or they're living in denial that they're doing fascism. And so that's why the truth has no appeal to them. Everything has to be hyperbolic. Everything has to be conspiracy lined. We can't just talk about real stuff. We can't talk about real bills. All MAGA has wanted to talk about all week is a story that Nick Shirley reported on that was already covered by the media for a year, and Nick Shirley just added like the racism, the spin, and the conspiracy, and suddenly Republicans cared about it. Suddenly MAGA's like, oh, this is a big story now. They do not care about anything. Tim Walz then said this. It's a longer statement, but here's just an excerpt from the statement that I thought was important here. For the last several years, an organized group of criminals have sought to take advantage of our state's generosity. Does that sound like somebody who's trying to cover it up? I want to point something out to user whatever who's spamming Tampon Tim. Please don't spam things in the chat, by the way. I want to point something out that's very different about Tim Walz and how he's very different from your MAGA overlords. If this was MAGA, they would call it a witch hunt. If this was MAGA, they would double down on this and they would go after the media. Tim Walz is acknowledging the problem. Tim Walz has always acknowledged the problem. He's trying to address the problem. And that is the difference between Tim Walz, who is a good man, a good, honest, empathetic, caring man. He's human. That's the difference between the leadership of Minnesota and the leadership of this country. Donald Trump would never step down. Donald Trump would never do something for the good of the country. Donald Trump would just incite. I applaud Tim Walz for doing this. It's the same thing. It's very similar to what Barney Frank did when he was accused of sexual harassment. He stepped away. He said, there's an accusation. It makes it so that I am not an effective leader, an effective politician, an effective legislator, so I'm going to step away. Nobody on the right ever steps away. He's not stepping down. He's not going to run for governor. He's bowing out of the race. He said, and even as we make progress in the fight against the fraudsters, now we see an organized group of political actors seeking to take advantage of the crisis. I won't mince words here. Donald Trump and his allies in Washington, in St. Paul, and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away as much of what makes Minnesota the best place in America to raise a family. They've already begun taking our tax dollars that were meant to help families afford childcare, and they have no intention of stopping there. Make no mistake, we should be concerned about fraud in our state government. We cannot effectively deliver programs and services if we can't earn the public's trust. That's why, over the past few years, we've made systemic changes to the way that we do business. I also want to point out that like fraud is rampant right now in the federal government, and fraud is rampant in every single state. It's if MAGA, I know some MAGA might be here already. Usually, it takes them a while to get in, but I would just ask, like, do you care about this? Is this really the biggest issue for you? And if it is a bigger issue in you, if it is a big issue for you, why do you think you're only talking about it in Minnesota? Like, yeah, exactly. We're not going to talk about Florida. We're not going to talk about Mississippi. We're not going to talk about Utah. We're not going to talk about Arizona. In Arizona, one of the things that Republicans and MAGA specifically advocate for more than anything is school choice. School choice has been built for hundreds of millions of dollars. People are taking the money that was supposed to go to public schools, they take their voucher, and they're sending their kids to Disney World. They're sending their kids to SeaWorld. They're taking their kids on vacations. They're spending that money however they want, and public schools in Arizona are struggling. We're ranked number 49 or 50, depending on the ranking in education. And now we're cutting back. We're cutting teacher salaries. We're cutting after-school programs. We're cutting elective programs, things like music and arts. We're cutting all of that. That's fraud. It's massive fraud. Multiple people who run private schools or charter schools have been caught embezzling and funneling money that was supposed to go to children. But you'll never hear the Republicans talk about that because that's part of their goal. So what you'll always see Republicans attack, and this is just a reality. If you are on the left, the people that try and defraud you are going to take advantage of you having a big heart. In states like Minnesota, where they try and do things for children and they do things for working class people, there will always be people who come in and try and take advantage of that. And Republicans will get upset about that. But in red states, rich people will take tax subsidies or appropriations for these poor people, and they will steal it, but they're rich white people. And so Republicans will never, ever talk about that. Yeah, DMAC. Byron Donalds and his wife, the $30 million in fake charter schools, which we did cover about a month ago. Ron DeSantis, his wife has been caught funneling money. The entire Republican establishment is just openly doing fraud. But I do just think it's important to point out that the only time Republicans ever care about fraud is when it's poor people or immigrants that are involved in it. They care a lot about welfare fraud. They care a lot about if somebody uses SNAP to get soda or candy. But they don't care at all when Rick Scott does $1.7 billion worth of Medicare fraud. They never care about that. And I think that we're in the timeline now where we have to stop taking Republicans seriously. We have to stop taking MAGA, the voter base, seriously because they don't believe anything. They don't research anything. They don't have any principles. Every principle that they said that they voted on, they have completely abandoned with the exception of we're going to track down immigrants. We're now supposed to look at these same Republicans who I've listened to for a year tell me that Venezuela is a shithole, that we don't want their fucking people in our country, that they all should leave, that they should be thrown in CCOT. And then today we have the Trump administration and Kristi Noem saying like, hey, come on in. Come on in and apply for asylum. Come on in and apply for refugee status. We care about you, Venezuela. We're going to liberate you. It was 2 weeks ago. It was a week ago. A week ago, all of you are like, we're not helping Venezuela. We're not going to do anything for these people. Fuck these people. They're ruining our country. And then today they want us to think that they give a flying fuck about the Venezuelans. We're liberating them. Libs don't care about liberation. No, you're not. You're just not liberating them. And we're gonna definitively prove that today. Most of the show today is just going to be about the obvious lie. And it's like this is not a rerun. What do you call it? Like you had the British office, you had the U.S. office. What do we call that? What's a word for that? A remake? It's called a reboot, not a reboot, maybe a remake. This is Iraq. We're doing Iraq. They're using the same people, the same talking points, the same lies. Reboot. Is it a reboot? Whatever it is. They do not care about any of this stuff. And we have to stop pretending like that anything that they say that they care about, any of the principles they claim that they stand for, we have to stop pretending that any of that stuff is real. All they do is they take their position and they try and find a time when the left did the opposite of that, and then they just hammer you over the head. But they don't care about any of this. They don't care about Venezuelans. Yeah, libs be like, dictators are bad. Yeah, well, I do think dictators are bad. This is the thing, though. Like, I think Republicans are bad. I think MAGA is bad. I don't think that we get to come in and kidnap you. I mean, like, we can say something's bad and still disagree with the way that you handle it. I think that it's bad when people smuggle drugs into this country. I don't think that means we get to murder them. Right? I think it's bad when you come in here illegally, and then you if you're somehow able to get access to money from the government, I think that's bad. But I don't think that you should be thrown in prison forever for it. I don't think that you should be treated poorly. I don't think that you should be beaten. That's the difference between all of us. You don't have principles. You just try and use our principles against us when you guys act cruelly. Yeah, that's such a good question. If this is what you guys are all about, if you're about decapitating dictators, where are you going to Russia next? You going to North Korea? What about the Saudis? We seem to be very friendly with dictators when it's the Saudis. When it's the Qataris, that doesn't seem to be a problem. Those dictators are fine. Why? Because they're doing business with us. Yeah, Viktor Orban, thank you. Benjamin Netanyahu. You guys don't give a fuck about dictators. You know that you don't. We're not taking you seriously when it comes to dictators. All right, we'll get to that in a minute. Cover just a couple of things. I want to point out one thing I found out this weekend, and I put a TikTok up about this. I was unaware that Nick Shirley is Mormon. I was unaware that he served a Mormon mission. And now it makes perfect sense that Nick Shirley is able to believe absolute bullshit with no evidence whatsoever. Just hear a story, hear a narrative, and go out and puppet it, because that's what he's been trained to do. For anybody who didn't grow up Mormon, you are trained to believe, to not doubt your faith, to trust your leaders, and then give 2 years of your life to go out and push that narrative no matter what facts stand in your way. That's literally how he was brought up by his parents. His parents, who, by the way, are also fraudsters. His mom has multiple charges of fraud against her in the state of Utah, and she's out there doing this. Yes, I believe he's still active Mormon. I talked to a friend who was in his ward growing up over the weekend, and as far as he knows, they're still active. But now he's taking donations from Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate says, how do I donate to your journalism? What's good, Top G, says the Mormon, who definitely cares about protecting women, who definitely is worried about fraud. Not Andrew Tate's defrauded his own audience multiple times with crypto scams. Appreciate you wanting to help. Means a lot. Actually, I have tips to my account set up. I know you're a crypto guy. Here, you can send me crypto. That's cool. How many more sex criminals do you guys need to get in bed with before you just admit that you don't give a fuck about sex criminals? How many more? Doesn't he have a Polymarket sweatshirt? I don't know. Does Nick Shirley have a Polymarket sweatshirt? He probably does. I'm sure he's getting Polymarket money. Another thing, this was actually brought to my attention by Brett Cooper, weirdly enough. Brett Cooper is not Ben Shapiro's little sister. I realized when she left the Daily Wire, and now she's out on her own. But Maha is now upset with MAGA for doing this type of shit.
House Republicans are slipping something into our new spending bill. It is Section 453, I believe, which would give immunity to huge pesticide companies. I think it would cover 57,000 different chemicals. And these are chemicals that have been linked to cancer and Parkinson's and infertility. And House Republicans are just slipping it in, which feels like they're giving the middle finger to Maha. And so while I am excited...
Oh, shit. I did that again. God damn it. I forget you guys can't see that. I'm sorry. You heard it, but here's the rest.
About getting rid of paper straws, and I hate them. I think any girl who enjoys her iced lattes every day wants them gone, but it feels like this is a bigger issue that we should be talking about if we're concerned with the chemicals, and that's
it is a crazy fucking thing to ban paper straws, by the way. I don't know why Florida is banning paper straws. That's a crazy fucking thing to ban. I don't like them. They can't be here anymore. We have to go back to plastic straws. Yeah, that's what they're worried about. Not the chemicals, though, that they're dumping in. What she's talking about is Section 453 in upcoming legislations being negotiated now. Here's a brief explanation of what it is with a cute little video.
Starting in the early 90s, use of the chemical pesticide glyphosate on our food supply began to skyrocket. Over the next 20 years, we saw an almost identical increase in the rates of bowel disease, thyroid cancer, renal disease, stroke, obesity, diabetes, and autism.
Now, to be clear, this does not equal a link. This is a MAGA conspiratorial video. But this is what they're talking about.
We cannot let chemical companies have full immunity from causing health problems. Call your representatives now and tell them we must remove Section 453 from the House Appropriations Bill.
All right, so here's what Lee Zeldin said about 453. Now, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor. I'm sure there's a lot of these chemicals that are perfectly safe and some that are not. But I want you to understand why they're saying they need to do this. Here's Lee Zeldin.
If I was to say one thing, I would emphasize how important it is to have sound science, to research, to be transparent with that research, to make sure that we're making decisions based on all available evidence and we're communicating that transparently with the public. So when we came in just a few months ago, there were these massive backlogs with the chemical review, with the pesticide review. We need to get all of that caught up. And there was two main things that we've been doing to get that done. One was increasing bandwidth. We're adding more scientists.
Oh, great. Okay.
And then the second piece is the IT.
She has no idea what he's talking about. Why are all of the MAGA people just like former celebrities that don't know what they're doing? That's a good point too, Lisa. They fired a bunch of scientists and now they're bringing in the ones that they like. But there was a backlog of applications of people who want to use pesticides and chemicals in food of 14,000. You'll notice he said they've made it through about 2,000 of those, so 1/7 in a 4-year term. This was in late July, early August. So I don't even think they're on track to like make up that backlog. So what's the solution to this backlog? Just fucking let them do the chemicals and we'll figure it out later.
It was so outdated. So we're getting it caught up. We're going to use AI. We're using systems that would crash and be down for days. So we inherited a pesticide review backlog of 14,000.
That's extremely disturbing.
Not 14. Not 1,400, 14,000. Now we've already gotten over 23.
She's supposed to be like the health person. She has no clue what he's talking. She just said that's deeply disturbing. She's supposed to not want any of these chemicals in the food. He's talking about chemicals that have not been approved, so they cannot be used. She thinks it is deeply disturbing that there's 14,000 approvals that need to be done. She has no clue. She's on the opposite side of this, but she just doesn't know what Lee Zeldin's talking about.
300 of those pesticides with that backlog, got that cut down, but we want.
That's a good point. Lisa, what if the backlog wasn't that? It was experiments in process. What if it was? Yes, these chemicals have to go through experimentation and they have to go through FDA approvals and they have to have a significant amount of time. I think in a lot of cases, depending on the chemical, like up to 5 years of studies to prove that there are not problems with these chemicals. So some of these people are just waiting on the time it takes to get these approved so that we don't just quickly approve chemicals. But Lee Zeldin is a lobbyist for these chemical companies. And so he's like, yeah, we have too much red tape here. We got to put this shit back in the food.
Get rid of the backlog. The new chemical review, the backlog was about 500. We want to get rid of the backlog with the chemical review. Now, chemistry is in every aspect of our life. I mean, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation. Your audience wouldn't be able to tune in if not for all sorts of positive scientific contributions to American innovation. We care about American.
True, but we're not eating those, right? And those all also had to go through hurdles. You don't think we had like approval processes for internet, for phone? Every technology has gone through an approval process.
In agriculture and our food supply. We also have to make sure that we're relying on sound science and we're being transparent with the public.
Well, first of all, you said 14,000 pesticides.
14,000.
That's she didn't catch any of that. She was still just stuck on a big number. Number big, that bad. That's just all of MAGA. If the number is big, then that is bad. Trade deficit, bad. Remember we had that debate last week with that guy that came on, just like deficit means bad. She has no clue. But now the Republicans are going to try and speed run a bunch of chemicals into our food so that these massive corporations doing factory farming can make more money. So that's cool. But they do care about MAGA for sure. Last thing before we get into Venezuela, we're going to cover this hopefully later this week. I think the Venezuela stuff will be largely covered today. I can't imagine that they do anything new later this week, but this is just a little tease of what we'll be talking about later this week.
So the judges are saying some incredible.
Oh, sorry. This is a clip from 60 Minutes. I don't even know if this one has aired yet. But judges, multiple judges, 35 plus court cases so far. Judges are saying not that the Trump representation is wrong, but they are actually lying, that they are provably lying in court documents, including like fake declarations and sworn statements. That's a problem. The government, 35 plus times now, the judges have said, you're giving us knowingly false information. If you don't know, then it's incompetent. This is what fascism looks like. This is what they do. This is what the Trump administration has been doing. I've already brought this up, but today... Oh, what's up, Jen? 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 All right. Jen, I need you to mute. I'm going to have to mute her. Look at Jen making a mistake for once. Oh, she's muted now. There we go. All right. Jen butt dialed me. Yeah. Let me go back. I lost my train of thought. Let me go back.
I have another phone that I use, and I walked to the other room, so it unmuted itself. I have no idea how.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would say.
I swear to God.
All right, Mima. Yes, I did it, guys.
Shut up.
I don't know if Barry Wise is going to let this air. Maybe it did air. I've been knee deep in Venezuela. But again, just a reminder to MAGA here. And Larry, I have a question for Larry. Larry, I think it was the 3rd. On the 3rd, the Trump administration, by law, was required to tell us why they redacted things in it's an old segment pre-Barry. Okay, thank you. I didn't do much research on that. I'm going to get that full episode. We're going to watch it, but I didn't know. The 3rd was when the Trump administration was supposed to tell us why they redacted the Epstein files. Why didn't they tell us that? They haven't released all the files, and they haven't told us why they're redacting them. Whoever's live it was Admir's live. Jen, do you remember that every Republican in Admir's live that night said that in fact, somebody check with MJ. Who's friends with MJ? Somebody needs to send MJ a letter or a message, because MJ and every other Republican on that live told us that they would turn on Trump if we got past the deadline, and that there was no explanation of why they redacted the Epstein files. They all said it. Larry, I want to know. Yeah, Larry. No. I know you don't know. I know you don't know why they did it. Why do you still trust them? Why do you still trust that this administration is ever telling you the truth? They redacted a photo of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. How in the world could you claim that a photo of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell needed to be censored? We don't have any answers from the Epstein files. It's been completely hidden from us because we don't live in a democracy anymore. We live in a dictatorship. Fascism is here. It's happening. There's no argument against it at any point. The Trump administration openly defies court orders nearly every single day. They're lying in court. Now they're openly violating the law that we all agreed to and that Trump signed into law 2 weeks ago. And they are openly defying that law. Watch them. Watch them in the chat now. Watch how mad they start getting mad at me. Watch how mad they get at me now. Watch. See? Is this guy serious? Is this guy serious? Yeah. It doesn't matter. Even if you think Trump freed people from a drug lord, doesn't matter. He's hiding the Epstein files. I know that this works for you because you guys conveniently don't want to see them now that Trump is obviously hiding them. I know that's real convenient for all of you. But Trump's covering up for a bunch of pedophiles. Is he not? December 3rd was the day he had to tell us why he redacted this stuff. We don't have all of the files, and the files that we do have are heavily redacted without explanation. It's fine. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Our job is to celebrate everything he did and try and trigger the libs and point at the libs. We don't pay attention when Trump doesn't keep his promises. We don't care when Trump breaks the law. All we do is suck his dick for a hobby. This is what fascism is. This is how every fascist leader, and not even just fascists, dictator, authoritarians. You guys are talking about an authoritarian in Venezuela right now. How do you think he got all that power? He kept telling people that he was going to do things, and then he didn't do them. And then when he didn't do them, he said, look over here. And they went, oh, okay. And they looked over there. And then it was too late. And by the way, it's not even just like Maduro. This has been going on for a long time. This was Chavez before him. And there's a lot of other things that went into this. I don't want to sidestep the fact that the United States is heavily involved in the collapse of Venezuela, and they did it on purpose, just like they did in Iraq. But ironically, you guys can look at Maduro, and you can look at what he did and how he lied to his people over and over and over and over again. And then when Trump does it, it's good. When Trump lies to us, it's good, and we'll just keep calling the libs bad. But when Maduro does it, he needs to be seized. It's getting pathetic at this point for all of you. But nobody let anybody forget. If you're out there in the TikTok streets, let me give some advice, because I did watch TikTok this week. Number one, don't defend Maduro. Don't try and defend Maduro. Don't play partisan politics. Just ask Republicans questions. Don't try and explain it away. Make them explain to you what they're doing, because they don't know. None of these folks know what Trump is doing. They just know that like we don't like it. And if you engage with them on their petty bullshit, you're going to get stuck in arguments. Don't let them deflect from anything. Ask them what the charges against Maduro are. And when if by chance you come across a Republican who can read, they might tell you what the charges were. Then you got to ask, like, do we have the right to go in and remove a leader and bring them to America? Do we have that right? The criminal courts in this country are saying no, or in the world are saying no. Now the Republicans are saying, fuck the international criminal courts. Yeah, you know, the same ones who did the Nuremberg trials, the same ones who forced Nazi leadership, or the ones that didn't cowardly take their own lives to sit there and be tried for these crimes. Yeah, those courts. The ICC and every other country in the world has basically said Netanyahu's a war criminal, and the only reason that he can't be brought up on charges is because we're defending Netanyahu, the dictator war criminal in Israel, who, by the way, is stealing money from Americans right and fucking left. Like we bled billions, hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars into Israel over the course of decades that they've just stolen and that they've wasted away. And they've dragged us into war after war after war. Israel has screwed us, but we're going to protect Israel. We're going to protect the Saudis, the people who funded 9/11. Now Donald Trump's in business with them. right? They're fine. That dictator's fine. Killed Jamal Khashoggi, an American journalist. That's also fine. You can kill Americans. It's fine. The Qataris, same story. Dictatorship, no problem. Russia, dictatorship, stolen elections. Vladimir Putin murdered his political opponent. If you're upset that Maduro cheated in the election, wait until you find out that Putin just kills the people that run against him. If you're upset that the courts in Venezuela sanctioned the person that was running against Maduro, wait until you find out what Vladimir Putin's doing. So is Donald Trump going to do anything about that? He's absolutely not. Because you know as well as we all know that this is about oil. And the only reason you're bringing up the fact that he was a dictator is because you're trying to use our own empathy against us. You don't have any. So what you now want to do is you now want us to agree with you that going into Venezuela and taking out a dictator doesn't jive or should jive with our values of empathy, but it doesn't. It doesn't at all jive with our values of empathy. Why? Well, because people died, one, and two, the people in Venezuela are split on this. There are definitely people in Venezuela who are praising Donald Trump today. There are also people in Venezuela in the streets that are saying, that are on the opposite side of that Donald Trump came in and kidnapped their leader. Maduro wasn't, I mean, it's hard to say how popular he is, but he's not completely unpopular. There's a significant amount of people in that country that liked what Maduro was doing, and we'll get to that. It's not as clear as Republicans want you to believe. And them showing you videos of people celebrating and that being enough for you is why we're here in the first place. I do want to point out a few things. Number one, good comedians in this country are really good at identifying when our government looks like absolute dipshits. And this is one of my favorite comedians, Sam Morrill, on Maduro this weekend.
That shit with Maduro, that was pretty crazy, huh? You see, Pete Hegseth was like, fuck around and find out. It's like, yeah, you're the Secretary of Defense. How stupid are people? This is like a pretty big deal. Can you imagine if Truman, after nuking Japan, was like, fucking play stupid games, win stupid prizes, you know? Oh, you're sad? Cope. Hold this L, Nagasaki.
It's like he's reading our chat right now. It's like he's reading the words from our chat. I don't know if he had access to this. But you see in the chat, it's the same thing. Like, oh, side with the dictator. Nope. For example, I think, did I tell you guys about the guy that tried to fight me? Did I tell you guys about the guy that tried to fight me at McDonald's? I think I did. A guy tried to fight me at McDonald's on Friday. That guy was a fucking idiot. But he was older. He had a limp, and he tried to fight me. If I would have beat the shit out of that guy, or if I would have just walked over and punched the guy because he was being rude to the people at McDonald's, I wouldn't expect people to have my back there. Just because that guy's a bad guy doesn't mean I get to do bad things to him. Doesn't mean I get to go up and kick his broken knee. Doesn't mean I get to punch him in the face. I said what I had to say. He said what he had to say. Nobody actually fought. You can oppose a dictator and also oppose the actions taken against those dictators unless you're Republican and Donald Trump's dick is buried down your throat. In which case you can't, because in order for you to exist in this worshipful world of Donald Trump, you can't criticize anything he did. You're not allowed to do that. Otherwise, you lose your friends, you lose your standing in MAGA. So what you have to do is you have to create a totally new scenario. And this is all Republicans have done all weekend, is create hypotheticals that don't exist. I criticize her all the time, but I don't care. And somebody can tell her I said this. I think that's great. Did I get taken down on TikTok already? Good. Fuck TikTok. Logic and Liberty put up a clip today. And it was like, what's up, Jen? All right. I swear Jen's trying to fuck with me. She put up a video, or at least I saw it today. I don't know when it was. That was like, there's fraud in Minnesota. And if you're defending the fraud in Minnesota, you're the problem. Literally nobody is defending the fraud in Minnesota. But Republicans can't have their opinion without this alternate reality that other people are doing. Could somebody show me somebody who's defending Maduro? Do you see how they take, if you criticize Donald Trump for his actions in Venezuela, they don't attack your argument. They say you're supporting Maduro. No. I've literally seen 0 people from the United States that are content creators or members of the media or elected Democrats who are saying Maduro was fine. Not one. We're just saying like, hey, we've seen this before. We've seen regime change wars before. Well, I can't speak for Hassan. I don't watch Hassan Piker. I doubt Hassan Piker is defending him. I'm guessing you're wrong. Do you have what did he say, Nyberg? What did Hassan say? I'll pull up if I pull up this clip and it's not defending him, Nyberg, will you admit that you're wrong? I get it, guys. Republicans, save your breath. You calling me names isn't going to help. I would appreciate if you guys would engage like adults today in what we actually said. You're not going to. You're just going to take shots at me, and that's fine. You're welcome to do that, but it does make you look a little bit pathetic. Let's see. Does anybody know what Hassan said? I've heard Hassan trash Maduro. Let's see. The thing is I don't really watch much Hassan, but every time somebody has told me that Hassan said something, I go and I watch the clip, and he doesn't say that. All right, here's one. This is from yesterday, I guess.
Today are going to fucking talk. And a lot of those Venezuelans, some of them are going to be in the chat today, are going to fucking talk like this is a fantastic moment and Trump is the great liberator. Bitch, he's saying you're a rapist, okay? I need you to understand this if you are a fucking Venezuelan expat. If you are a Venezuelan refugee living in the United States of America, understand something. He is saying you're a rapist, drug dealer that will get sent to fucking CCOT, okay? It doesn't matter whether you like Maduro or whether you hate the Chavistas or whatever the fuck, okay? He will use you like a pawn. Okay, you're like a cum rag.
Jesus. All right. All right. If you have a clip, fine. I don't know. I don't know much about what Hassan says, but there we go. At 55x, this is another problem. Maduro wasn't a fascist. He was a dictator. He was authoritarian. But you guys don't seem to know what these words mean. Fascists are Mussolini or Hitler. It's right-wing authoritarianism. Do you have Google pics of liberals and Democrat leaders supporting Maduro? Yeah, let's see. Let's go to Google. You want me to search Democrat leaders support Maduro? Who is it? Just give me a name. Yes, he is a socialist, or I think he calls himself a communist. He's more of a socialist dictator, though. That's right. Thank you, Jackie. That's somebody on the left. We agree that he's a dictator. Yes, it is right wing. Dude, you don't fucking... This is the problem with all you guys. You don't know what fascism means. You're using the word fascist instead of dictator or authoritarian. It just means different things, right? It's like you saying that I'm a white man, and then let's say you say I'm a black man. I'd be like, I'm not a black man. I'm a white man, and you're like, you're a man, aren't you? Yeah, but I'm white. All right. I don't see anything here from Democrats supporting Maduro. As far as I can tell, all Democrats have done is said that what Trump did is illegal, which is true. And the reason that you guys are saying we're supporting it is because you don't want to address that claim. And we'll get to that. So I'm going to get into the show here. One more clip, though. This guy was awesome. I don't know who this is. Does anybody know who this is? It's Jamie Taylor. This is unbelievable.
In a stunning late-night operation, I had some friends of mine execute a raid on my neighbor Tom's house. He put up quite a fight, but we got through, and he's in custody. I haven't liked what he's been doing over there for a while now, so I've decided to run his house myself. He leaves his Christmas lights up too long. He never trims his avocado tree that hangs over my fence, and I believe he's running fentanyl out of there. I can't prove the last one, but it makes sense. I've seen him speak Spanish. I got rid of the wife as well. I didn't really have a problem with her, but we did do a 4th of July block party, and she brought empanadas, so better safe than sorry. I've got them at a Residence Inn a couple towns over. I've been using his home as my own little man cave. Pretty great. It turns out he has a fantastic wine cellar that I have tapped into extensively. Anyway, I'll be running his home until a time when I can have a safe, proper, and judicious turnover to some other guy. Which probably won't be happening soon. And just a heads up, I plan to take over some other neighbors' homes as well. Phil, across the street, has a pretty cool car I'd like to be in charge of. And Alex, who lives catty corner from me, has a wife who's a yoga instructor. Be taking that one soon. Again, doing it for the good of the neighborhood, so stay tuned.
It makes literally as much logical sense as what Trump's doing. I want to remind you all as we get started that Maduro actually offered to leave Venezuela. There is a story that I can find no confirmation of. In fact, multiple sources inside the administration say that it is untrue that Nicolas Maduro asked for $200 million and for his family not to be prosecuted in order for him to leave Venezuela. What the State Department has said, although unnamed State Department officials, is that Maduro said, "I will leave if you don't come after me. Like I'll leave. You guys can work with whoever's next. I'll leave. Don't come but you can't come after me for crimes." Trump has confirmed this. This was in November. Trump confirmed this himself.
Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What could we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Trump confirms that he offered everything. Somebody asked why they took him to New York. It's because he was indicted by the Southern District of New York. So his court case will be in New York. Because again, but that corrupt Southern District of New York, remember, we're not supposed to believe them because they went after Trump. None of their charges are real. But now suddenly we're fans of the Southern District of New York for indicting Maduro. Weird, right? Same people. Same group of people that indicted Trump. It's fine when they indict Maduro, but if they indict Trump, then they're all just haters, right? All right. Then this is November 21st when Trump says this. Maduro's days are numbered. After those words, the odds on a second call existing on Polymarket dropped to 30%. The reason I'm showing you Polymarket is because somebody made, I think it was like a $40,000 bet that Maduro would be taken out of office hours before the attack, and made 400,000. It was 32,000, made 400,000. Yeah. You think somebody just bet $32,000 on that? No. So not only are people in this administration either leaking it to their friends who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, or somebody in the administration is making these bets. So now they're also profiting off of inside information. That's insider trading, by the way. Shouldn't be. That's a crime. Whoever that is should go down. Whoever leaked it is also a criminal. But we don't care about that, right? We don't care about crime one bit. Here's November 7th. And this is going to be in Spanish, but here's what, this is from CNN Venezuela. On November 7th, Maduro, in English, said, what is this? Proposed a new beginning. That they would open up oil cooperation with the United States. That they could open up trade, and we'll just start over, and we'll negotiate. And Trump said, no, we're not negotiating. Even on December 5th, Maduro offered to leave Venezuela. Here it is. This is from Columbia One, but it's citing Reuters here. I didn't use the Reuters article because it was behind a paywall, so this is just citing them. Reuters, citing multiple people familiar with the call, reported that Maduro told Trump he was willing to leave Venezuela if he, his family, and close aides received full legal immunity, including the lifting of U.S. sanctions and the dismissal of a pending case before the International Criminal Court. I'll leave, stop sanctioning Venezuela, and help get this case dismissed in front of the ICC, who Trump doesn't believe in, who this administration doesn't believe in. They think that the ICC has no power. So it'd be pretty simple for them to just be like, oh, it's an illegitimate court. Why would this not have been better? Why not just let Maduro leave? And if he's the problem, why not let him leave and remove the sanctions? Why did we have to go in and kill people? Why? Maduro is a indicted. I guess we don't say they're if we're using, I don't know, if we're using like Republican logic. If you get indicted, you're not a criminal. If you're convicted, you're still not a criminal. Because Donald Trump's obviously a criminal, right? Should people be able to come and get him? Benjamin Netanyahu is indicted by this same court. Should we go get Benjamin Netanyahu? Should we go get Putin, who's also indicted by this same court? What about the Saudis? Should we go after the Saudis who are indicted by this court? Why don't we go after everybody who's indicted by this court? All right. U.S. officials, for their part, were reported to have rebuffed key elements of Maduro's proposals. Sources told Reuters that Trump rejected requests for blanket amnesty and sanctions relief and delivered a blunt ultimatum in follow-up messaging that Maduro must leave immediately or face consequences. The standoff underscores the gap between Washington's stated objectives, rolling back alleged state-linked narco trafficking and corruption, and the conditions Maduro set for any negotiated exit. It's the cruelty. The cruelty, I think, is what you want. Larry was here earlier. Larry's like, show us the perp walk. You're cruel. And Trump has exposed that in you, or he's made you be that way. I can tell you, just like in my own personal life, and I think some of you can recognize this too, the level of cruelty by those who were Republican before Trump came around and them now is tenfold. It seems to be the only thing they ever celebrate is the cruelty. They love it. Think of all the biggest stories so far from the Republicans. What is it? What are their big stories? Oh, look at them rounding up immigrants. Oh, yeah, slam them to the ground. Fuck around, find out. Check it out. We bombed Iran. Oh, look, we invaded Venezuela. I love Alligator Alcatraz. I love CCOT. Every time you guys have like a day that you're all pumped, every day, the days when you guys are really excited are the days when we murder people. The people in Minnesota are immigrants. The people that Trump has rounded up they are here illegally. You understand, it's the same thing, right? Like, immigrants is an inclusive word. Me using immigrants is correct because the Trump administration goes after people who are here illegally and people who are here legally. He goes after all immigrants. They've tried to remove people's immigration status just for having an opinion different than the Trump administration on Israel. So I'm using it correctly. Immigrants. But you see, it's the cruelty that you love. Real quick, let me read some of these. Mika, I hate that you sent this. Says, see, now you say Hawks. Congratulations, Seahawks. I'm very happy for you. I hope things go very well for you in the future and all your endeavors and all that shit. Appeal approved on TikTok. Shocker. Axe said, would we have done the same thing if it was about tacos and now oil? Maybe. Burned Out said, Trump is becoming the power-hungry conqueror that is everything America's always stood against. Dilly Chili said, W. Trump, I hope Canada is next, then Mexico. Is that not further evidence? Exactly. You guys are just bloodthirsty. You want to do anything but talk about the categoric failure of this administration, where they have decimated our economy. They're hiding the Epstein files from you. They're openly in defiance of the law and the courts. And you don't want to talk about that. So this is just a nice little distraction for you where you get to pretend that you have principles. We just really want to save these Venezuelans from a dictator. That's what we care about. Rachel, thanks for joining the $2 train. Appreciate you very much. Axe said, you must be doing something right. Lots of haters in the chat today. Keep fighting the good and righteous fight. Thanks, RTP and Jen. Jeremy said, a year ago, Maduro went from accepting all the illegal immigrants that Trump wanted out of the U.S. to now being arrested by Trump. How is that possible? Oil. Amy Lynn said, Rump backs down to leaders that would kick his ass. He goes after those who are smaller and can't defend themselves. Rump is a wussy. Jocelyn said, just in case you have not seen, Walls will not be running for re-election. I think I got that one. And I missed everyone 1980. Thanks for the gifted subs. Reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. Anything you can do to help us knock out that goal every day would be greatly appreciated. This took a lot of work today, and it's going to take a lot of work over and over because now we're fighting an information battle. And history says that we don't win this information battle. That's kind of what we're staring in the face. Americans are going to support this. Americans are going to support Donald Trump doing regime change. He's going to have broad support. He's going to have almost universal support from the right. Independent voters are largely going to also agree with this. And then in 5 years, they'll all pretend that they didn't. I'll show you some polling from the Iraq War, but this is how this always works. Every single time we go and we intervene in a country and we do something, we kill somebody or we knock out a leader, Republicans love it. They celebrate it. And then 5 years later, they all pretend that they didn't. And that's unfortunately the reality that we're in. This is now about how much Donald Trump is willing to take. How many other countries he's willing to invade and undermine their sovereignty. That's where we're at. I don't believe this is America first, Rory. So let me ask you, Rory, would you trade a service member for Maduro? Because Maduro offered to leave voluntarily, he didn't, and now we have injured service members and innocent dead people on the ground in Venezuela. People are dead, service members have been injured, and we could have had this without any intervention at all. It's never America first. And it won't be America first. Think of how this plays out. The United States is in control of Venezuela now, right? And Trump is saying that, and we'll get to that. What do you think is going to happen to those people in Venezuela who try and fight against our military? They're going to be shot, right? Are people going to attack our military? If we have people in Venezuela, are they going to be attacked? Yep. People will lose their lives on both sides of this, whatever you want to call it, invasion. People are going to leave their American military members now are going to be forced to leave their homes and go live in Venezuela. And there's going to be paramilitary groups that are going to come after and try and hurt Americans. This happens every single time. So, is it worth losing American lives when we could have just had Maduro leave without any of this? Is it worth those lives? I understand you volunteer for that. I get it. I understand people want to serve in the military. What the fuck are you fighting for, though? What the fuck are we fighting for in Venezuela? Can somebody tell me? What are we fighting for? You all know it's fucking oil because they're saying it's oil, so don't lie right now. Oh, it is that simple. It's that fucking simple, Adam. It's always that simple. They just tell you it's not that simple so that you can continue advocating for this government who is now imperial. We need the oil. What do we need the oil for? What do we need it for? Don't tell me it's not oil. Trump said it's about oil. If you say it's not about oil, you disagree with Trump. Trump says it's about oil. What do we need the oil for? We found oil. We must free the oil. Yeah, see how you guys can't answer this? Look at the chat. Why do we need oil? It's oil. We need it. What do you mean? Yeah, what do we need it for? Why do we need oil? You guys have an answer for this? Well, I think Mr. Global is wrong. American oil companies are going to go. So China can't have it? Why is that important that China doesn't have it? This is how easy it is. This is what I mean, guys. When you talk to Republicans, don't argue with them. Ask them questions. If I could go on to every single live on TikTok and talk to lefties, and please spread this message, don't fucking argue. Ask them questions. Don't take the bait. Make them tell you what the fuck we're doing there. Because they don't know. Well, I don't know if Mr. Global said that, but I don't think that if Mr. Global said that the oil companies aren't going there, I just think he's wrong, because that's the kind of oil we refine in the Gulf. And we're at odds with Canada. The other place we get this same type of oil is from Canada. And we use a lot of that oil. We refine a lot of that oil. All right, I just want to point out, a couple thousand people here or whatever, not one of you could tell me why we're in Venezuela. You have no idea. You're just celebrating it. There's no difference between fascism and cults. There's almost no difference between what we're doing and what Hitler did also, just so we're clear. It's almost like verbatim what Hitler did. And then it's verbatim what we did going into Iraq. This is history will remember this as fascism. You can argue that definition all you want. That's what history will remember this as. That's how they remember George Bush. That's how they remember Hitler. That's how this is going to look. But with George Bush, it was different. Like with George Bush, we had the 9/11 attacks, and so America was more in favor, and there seemed like there was a justification, and they were lying and saying that Saddam Hussein had something to do with the 9/11 attacks. Again, that was Israel. Israel told us that. It was an absolute fucking lie. And so, like, we were still in an emotional state, and we made a bad decision. We don't even have anything here. We literally have drugs. They're lying about it being about the drugs. If it was about the drugs, we wouldn't be taking their oil. But just, again, for the record, we don't get fentanyl from Venezuela. None of it comes from Venezuela. The only drug that really is trafficked from Venezuela is the cocoa, and even most of what they're sending now is going to Europe. Most of it doesn't even come here. It's an absolute unequivocal lie that they were killing Americans with, like, hundreds of thousands of Americans with their drugs. They're not involved in that trade. The precursor from fentanyl comes from China, and then it's brought in through Mexico by American citizens. This is not about drugs. They're lying, just like they were lying about weapons of mass destruction. They even called these weapons of mass destruction. They were lying about these being weapons of mass destruction. The oil belongs to all of us. Sure it does, Patrick. No, the oil actually belonged to all the Venezuelan people because they nationalized the oil. Well, you keep talking about oil. If you live in America, we don't have oil. We don't have any oil. The oil companies have oil, and they sell it to you. Our country gave that away. We said, it's fine. You guys can just have... sorry, I didn't realize this was so shitty on... it's not centered there on YouTube. Sorry about that. But we don't have oil here. We just buy it from oil companies. So we use our own resources, and then we're like, here you go, oil companies. You can have this. Thanks for selling it back to us at a profit. Matthias, what's the answer you're giving me? There's a lot of comments. They're going pretty fast here. What's the only question I asked is, I believe, like, why are we in Venezuela? Matthias, I'll look for yours specifically. You can super chat, by the way, if you want to make sure that I see it. Thank you, Joel, by the way, for that super chat. It's about taking the monopoly away from OPEC. Okay, so we can invade countries so that OPEC doesn't have a monopoly? Why do we work with it? We work with OPEC all the time. Matthias, I didn't see your answer yet. Who controls the oil companies control the world? Why do we need to control the world? I don't see China invading other countries. I don't see a problem there. I see the only two countries now that are invading other countries for their resources are Russia and the United States. We're no different than Russia. It's no wonder you guys like Russia. You want to be like Russia. By the way, if Donald Trump came out today and said, I'm canceling elections, I'm in charge now, if you try and fight against me, I'll send the military, all of you would be on board with that. You're all fascists. You don't care. Read the Monroe Doctrine. I did. Should we talk about the Monroe Doctrine? Let's talk about it. We can pull it up here. Can just briefly go over it. We'll use Wikipedia because they'll shorten it up for us. It opposes European colonialism in the Western Hemisphere. Did the Venezuela, was that European colonialism in the Western Hemisphere? And it's just a doctrine. It's just an idea, right? Is James Monroe. It's not law. We just get to take over other countries now because Monroe Doctrine. I've noticed that a lot of you are saying that, like, I'm dumb, I'm ignorant, I don't know. But what none of you have is an answer. Good point, Salty One. How come they didn't mention fentanyl in the warrant for Maduro? I believe China will start. Yeah, I agree with you, DeAndre. They might. We might have just got China to start invading. Venezuela owes China a lot of money. Lot of money. China's been loaning money to them forever in exchange for oil. Yeah, it's just for oil. You guys all know it's for oil. And we're going to move on from you folks, and we're going to talk about Trump admitting that it's for oil. I'm going to go this. Just to add some pushback. Oh, is this the right one?
The images in...
Hold on one second. I want to make sure ABC got this right. All right. Here's ABC News. Trump said, and Republicans have been telling me, that everybody in Venezuela are celebrating this. I've heard many Republican commentators say 100%. Let's be honest. Let's just at least be honest. Are there people celebrating that Maduro's gone? Yes. Are there people that are upset about it? Also, yes.
The images inside Venezuela, a mix of celebration and fear over the country's future. Many expressing relief Maduro is gone, others condemning the operation. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman is at the border with Venezuela.
Tonight, the world reacting to America's stunning operation in Venezuela. A number of people were killed in the U.S. strikes that accompanied Maduro's capture. This apartment building right next to a military complex.
Yes, this is my source. Actual video footage of people in Venezuela talking about their feelings. That's a good source. What's your source? Well, Trump said everybody. That's my source.
Although the government won't confirm the number of dead. The defense minister still defiant, saying today it was against Venezuela, tomorrow it could be against any state or any country. But after the celebration in the streets at the fall of an autocrat, millions wonder, what now?
This is Cúcuta on the Colombian side of the border, and that there is Venezuela. And in
millions, you made up millions. You said 10. I don't think you know how numbers work. First of all, that was way more than 10 people. And second of all, it wasn't millions.
Normal times, tens of thousands of Venezuelans cross this border to buy goods here that they can't get back home. Now, though, it's a path perhaps to a new future for the millions of people who've been forced into exile.
We meet nervous faces, like Jose Luis and his mother.
You get the sense that people don't really know how to feel. Happy that Maduro is gone, but they have no idea what's going to happen next.
We meet Sol. When I heard the news about Maduro, I started crying with joy, she says. I have family in exile. Maybe they can come home. She shows us her groceries. Cheaper here than in Venezuela.
Sol is hoping.
I noticed the Republicans aren't upset about this part that is agreeing with them. Suddenly, this part of ABC News is fine.
Future, she won't have to come to Colombia to get her shopping. And it's a busy night tonight, Lindsay, on the bridge to Venezuela. Happiness, the overwhelming emotion we encountered about the end of Maduro. But for many of Venezuela's neighbors, they are still officially condemning the operation. Big questions about what will happen next.
Because once again, Maduro offered to just leave. So we didn't need to kill people. We didn't need to bomb. We didn't need to go take over their government. We did because we want their oil. What'd you say, inflation, RTP? Look at that. Of course, it's bad to have a dictator. Well, we'll talk about the inflation. They had hyperinflation. And I want to be clear that, again, Maduro's not a good leader. But we do have to tell the whole story of how Venezuela's economy collapsed, and we have to explain the process by which that happened. And it's exactly the same as what we did to Iraq. We had a large role in collapsing the Venezuelan economy, and we stated that we were trying to do it. Well, Preddy AXX said the lady that got the Peace Prize, she might get the election, if any. Trump said that she doesn't have the support to do it. Trump says she can't be the leader. He doesn't think she has the support for it. So as of now, by the way, apparently we're just letting his vice president be in charge, which is crazy. He's such a Maduro was such a problem, but we're leaving his administration intact just without him. All right. Now this. We're not done. By the way, can somebody tell me who the dictator in Greenland is? Who's the dictator in Greenland? Because now Trump's saying this.
We need Greenland for national security, not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need.
So now what? Now we're going to take Greenland now? Do they have a dictator? Are we going to liberate them from a dictator? I'm waiting for a republic. I'm waiting for MAGA. MAGA, why do we get to take Greenland? Yeah, we're literally just doing Hitler now. Like honest to God, literally just doing Hitler now. The Italians and the Germans went to Africa as part of World War II, and they tried to secure mineral deals, precious metal deals, and oil deals in Africa. So most people don't know, but there was a lot of fighting that took place in Africa during World War II for this same reason. Hitler saw a country south of him and an army that was bigger and more resources and said, we can have that. And Mussolini said the same thing, and they said, we could have that. And the United States used to be against that, and now we're just them. We're just doing what they did. The Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, had this to say about Donald Trump, and now watch MAGA say that fuck her, because they don't care.
Listen to a lot. Threats, pressure, and condescending remarks.
Hold on, Sean. Did you think that Venezuela was going to kick our ass? Have you ever had your ass kicked? We were preventing it. So if I think you're going to kick my ass, do I get to just go beat the shit out of you? Is that how that works now? I thought he was going to kick my ass. That's our laws now. If you feel threatened, if you feel insecure, you get to beat the shit out of somebody.
Listen to a lot. Threats, pressure, and condescending remarks, even from our closest allies for a generation, about wanting to take over another country and another people as if it...
No, that's not how it works, Brendan. That's against the law. You can't just say because you feel threatened that you get to beat the shit out of somebody. That's how little pussy boys act. That's how fragile men act. Well, it made me uncomfortable, so I lashed out violently. Yeah, like we've got an administration full of men whose mothers didn't hug them, and they're fragile as fuck. And they think that by the way, they're not tough either. It's not like Trump's tough. They're using somebody else. And remember, Trump dodged the draft. Trump's not getting in fights. He's not tough. He's always just been a spoiled rich kid bully. Talks tough, but he's not actually tough. He lets somebody else be tough for him, and then he's like, look how tough I am. And all of his friends around him are like, he's so tough. They're not doing shit. They're sitting behind a computer screen and talking about how tough they are.
It was something you could buy and own that has no place anywhere. We shoulder our responsibility in the world, and it is not us who will seek out conflict. But let there be no doubt. No matter what happens, we will stand firm on what is right and what is wrong. Listen to a lot. Threats, pressure, and condescending remarks, even from our closest allies for a generation, about wanting to take over another country and another people as if it was something you could buy and own that has no place anywhere. We shoulder our responsibility.
All right. I want to get that first part again. Greenland has worked with us. Denmark has worked with us. They allow the United States in there. They allow the United States to have a base there. They allow Greenland to be used for defense because last I checked, we had an alliance with NATO. Julia Gunnell, I'm going to single you out because you said you're so wrong. You really need to do some research. Trump just stopped China, Iran, and Russia's control over Venezuela. Trump isn't taking control of Venezuela. I am so thankful for you for saying that right when you said that, because the very next clip is Donald Trump saying that we're taking control of Venezuela. So I'm going to need an apology from you after you watch this clip of Trump saying that they're taking control of Venezuela. Here you go.
He said the United States is...
Shit, is this the... Wait. Oh, this is Rubio's. Sorry. This is Rubio saying that.
President Trump was pretty clear yesterday. He said the United States is going to run Venezuela. Under what legal authority?
I can get the clip of Trump saying, I might have it on here. I can go get it if you don't believe that. If you don't believe Marco Rubio, we can go get it. But they say they're going to run Venezuela.
Well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the United States and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains, that leverage is ongoing, and we expect that it's going to lead to results here. We're hopeful that it does, positive results for the people of Venezuela, but ultimately, most importantly for us, in the national interest of the United States. We will no longer have, hopefully, as we move forward here, we'll set the conditions so that we no longer have in our hemisphere a Venezuela that's the crossroads for many of our adversaries around the world, including Iran and Hezbollah, is no longer sending us drug gangs, is no longer sending us drug boats, is no longer a narco-trafficking paradise for all those drugs coming out of Colombia to going through the Caribbean and towards the United States.
Did you notice he didn't answer the question? Question was, under what legal authority can we do this? They're just saying we don't have any legal authority. We're just doing it.
And obviously, we want a better future for the people of Venezuela. We want them to have an oil industry where the wealth goes to the people, not to a handful of corrupt individuals and stolen by, pirates all over the world. That's what we're working towards, and we intend to use the leverage we have to help achieve that.
Let me ask the question again. What is the legal authority for the United States to be running Venezuela?
Well, I explained to you what our goals are and how we're going to use the leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, I'm very simple. We have
Yeah, I wasn't aware that Hezbollah had a strong role in Venezuela either. See? There's no legal authority for any of this. Again, guys, it is important to remember this. Nothing that we say today will get through to MAGA. And a majority of this country is going to support this. And they do it every fucking time, and we have to be aware of that. Maybe we can cut through the noise a little bit quicker than we did in Iraq, but Americans are scared, and we are easily duped. And so when America hears about an evil man, they like feeling like, oh, we're the good guys. So they look at this and they're like, oh, we're the good guys here. Look at us. We do it every fucking time. And every fucking time, without fail, 10 years down the road, you can go back and you can do polling. I'm going to show you some polling from Iraq. Every fucking time you go back, and the people that served in these wars all say that it was bullshit. The people who supported it originally say it's bullshit. The politicians run on, I never supported that. They all change. And these folks will all change too. They'll all lie about this later on. But every time the United States knocks off a dictator or the head of another country, the initial response from Americans is, good, I'm glad we did it. And then later on, we change our minds. Now, most of the people here today supporting it, they don't know any of this stuff. They don't really even know what happened in Venezuela. They've just been told Maduro bad, and agreed, Maduro bad. So therefore, we get to kill him. They're not paying attention to what we're doing here. They're not paying attention to, and they're not thinking about the long-term consequences here. We have just created new terrorist groups. It happens every fucking time. There are Maduro supporters in Venezuela now who will try and get revenge. And they'll attack. Somewhere in the next year or so, you're going to see people, U.S. military attacked, or Americans attacked, or people being taken hostage. And America will respond, and we will be in this for a very, very long time. This isn't a quick thing in Venezuela. People are going to lose their lives, Americans and Venezuelans. It'll cause instability. It's going to be incredibly fucking expensive. For people who once upon a time, for these MAGA Republicans who once upon a time talked about how we needed to cut USAID. We couldn't feed poor people in other countries because we have our own problems here. Fuck, I guess we have enough money now to invade a country, decapitate their leadership, and then spend a bunch of money so that oil companies can go in, get the oil, and make profits on it. And all of you will lose. None of you gain a goddamn thing for this. All of you that are the biggest cheerleaders, you are getting nothing for this. You will get absolutely fuck all. And the cocaine that was being trafficked out of Venezuela will now be trafficked by a different country. That's what will happen. By the way, don't mute people. I don't think we muted somebody who said that because they were Venezuelan. Let me just say this. I could give a single solitary fuck what a citizen of Venezuela says about what I'm saying. If they're glad Maduro's gone, that's great. That's where it ends. It ends there. They can be very happy that Maduro's gone, but they don't know what's about to happen to them. They don't know that we just sold all of their resources to our oil companies. The people in Venezuela owned their own oil. And we got rid of Maduro and we tried to get rid of Chavez because we wanted their oil. This doesn't go well for them. It doesn't go well when all of a sudden we own their oil. Now they're beholden to us instead. And as soon as it's not advantageous for us to be there, we will leave them hanging just like Maduro did. We are going to suck out their resources and then we are going to leave them hanging. So they can celebrate if they want. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't change my opinion one goddamn bit. They don't know what's coming. We do. We have history. We've watched the United States do this over and over and over and over again. We are not the good guys. When we show up in your country to liberate you, we will fuck you later. That's what's going to happen. It happened in Iraq, happened in Afghanistan, happened in Libya, happened in Kosovo. This is what we fucking do. We invade under the guise of liberating people. We steal your resources. We establish a shadow government, and that shadow government is beholden to us and not the people of that country. And so no longer do those people have a voice in Venezuela. You're not getting a voice. You just don't have Maduro anymore. And Maduro was a problem. But Maduro is not the sole reason why your economy collapsed. The United States has far more to do with your economy being in the state that it is than Maduro does. And we'll explain that as we go on. But for any Venezuelan who thinks that your economy was because of Maduro, and now that America's here, you're going to have a country like an America with this type of economy, you're not. You're not, because you don't have our military, and you don't get to go in and steal everybody else's resources, and you don't have the ability to be $40 trillion in the hole in debt, and then just go, fuck it, we'll take that country to pay for our own debt. You don't get to do that. So when you go into debt, you're fucked. And once you're in debt, man, we don't really need you anymore. As long as we still have access to your oils and your minerals, we don't need you anymore. We will abandon you. We are locusts. We always have been. It's what we do. America was founded by locusts who came from Europe and said, this is our land now. That's how it started. It's baked into our culture. I'm benefiting from this. Donnie, I'm not even crying. I benefit from this. Everybody here benefits from this. There's just a difference between you and I. I can look at something I benefit from and say that is reprehensible and that it is wrong. And you can't. You go, oh, well, if it benefits me, then it's good for me. And if Biden did this, by the way, if Joe Biden was still president, let's say Trump had lost in 2024, but he was still yapping nonstop, Donald Trump would go back to his 2016 rhetoric and he would criticize Biden like he criticized Obama for regime change wars. Do you guys know that Trump criticized Obama for Gaddafi? Did you know that? Do you remember that Trump ran on like regime change war is wrong? I think I have that clip. Let's keep going here. This was another fair question asked to Rubio here. If it's about drugs, if it's about drug trafficking, if it's about harming Americans, then explain this. Explain this from Trump.
You did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
Before he explains it, can you guys explain it? How is it that Hernandez, who had a stated goal to shove these drugs down the throats of Americans and wanted to kill Americans, why is it that Trump pardoned him if this is about drugs? Oh, Derek, don't talk to me about defending drug trafficking dictators. Trump pardoned one. Where's Derek? Everybody tag at Derek.A.Martin. He pardoned one, Derek. What do we do with that? Again, I'm not defending Maduro. I'm critical of the United States. But he pardoned Hernandez, a drug trafficker who wanted to kill Americans. Yeah, Derek, I'd like an answer to that, Derek. Is Donald Trump not defending drug traffickers here? Hold that same energy, Derek. I need an answer. No, not learn the details. I know the details. You don't know the details. The details are that he was convicted by the same court that Maduro's going to, indicted and convicted by that same court for trafficking drugs to the United States. He's on the record saying he did it on purpose. How was he treated by the DOJ? I tell you, Derek, you know what didn't happen to him? He wasn't kidnapped in his house in the middle of the night and then perp walked in New York City with the doors open. He was treated much better by the DOJ than Maduro. Yeah, you're sick, Derek. You're a lying fuck. You're all lying. No, Derek. If I bring up the details with Maduro, I get into the specifics of Maduro, and you're like, you're defending him. I'm unequivocally not defending him. I think he should go to trial. I think that he's guilty, and he should go to trial, and he should pay the consequences. I also think Hernandez should pay the consequences. But we've got a problem here with you, MAGA, because it seems like you just are cool with whatever Trump does. Seems like that you're kind of like cucky little bitches. If Trump does it, good. If Trump doesn't do it, or he does the opposite, then there must be a good reason that I can't state. No, I don't think it was a mistake to stop Maduro, Derek. Have you been listening? I think that like potentially MAGA all has an inability to listen actively. So let's do this again. Maybe we just have to talk slow for you. Nicolas Maduro, bad guy. Nicolas Maduro likely committed crimes. Nicolas Maduro should have to face the consequences of the crimes that he committed. I also think that should happen with Hernandez. He offered to give himself up, or at least leave. We don't have to. By the way, if it was really about this, we would go in, we would get Maduro, and we would come back. We wouldn't be running Venezuela now. Notice that the Biden administration didn't take over Honduras. No, I didn't say Trump fucked up by stopping a madman, Derek. You're making up things that I didn't say. Why didn't the Biden administration invade Honduras and take over? Because it was actually about the drugs. It was actually about the trafficking. Here's Trump.
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them.
What, he was prosecuted? Is that what it is, Derek? Derek, I don't know how many more times I can explain this. I am saying that we are illegally occupying Venezuela to take their oil. Nobody is defending Maduro. No, literally nobody, not a single Democrat has defended Maduro. If this was about Maduro, we would have got in, it was still illegal to go in and get him, and people would still be criticizing it, and they'd be right to criticize it because we're not allowed to do that. But now we're occupying, and my main criticism is the occupation, Derek. Yeah, if it's about the drugs and trafficking, take out the source, but Trump isn't doing that. Trump's going in to take their oil. He says we own their oil now. We're going to take their oil. We're going to take their money. We're going to take their resources. So stay with me, Derek. Do you think we should occupy Venezuela and take their oil? We'll wait for that. See? Derek doesn't care. Derek, how in the world could Venezuela steal our oil that came out of their ground? How? Please explain that. Anybody can jump in here. And it's not, and you said our oil, Derek. These were private companies, not Americans. They didn't steal anything from you. What they did is they didn't pay some American company. Not we. No, not we, Derek. Stop saying we. We didn't help jumpstart their oil industry. Private companies did. You didn't do shit. Our government didn't do shit. These were private companies operating in Venezuela under the laws of Venezuela, not we. So is that what we are now? Oh, okay, Derek. So if companies now, that's okay, great. So if a company in America goes and operates in another country and that country doesn't pay their debt, then we get to use the American military to invade their country and steal their resources. Is that what you're saying, Derek? Is that the standard that we hold now? What about the money? Did they get to invade us when we do that same thing? When we take Russian money, we seize Russian assets, and we seize Chinese assets? Is that really like the precedent we want to set? That if you don't fulfill a contract with an American company, we get to invade you and steal your resources? I want to make sure, Derek, that this is where you're at. If they stole our stuff and they're hurting all people, they're not hurting all people. They didn't, again, Derek, now you're back to it. They didn't steal our stuff. They didn't pay American companies their money from their oil. There we go. There's Derek. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. If they can, survival of the fittest. Now we're down to it. American conservatives will justify anything because we have a big military. So we can do whatever the fuck we want because we have a big military, and morals be damned. I appreciate you being honest, Derek, but you guys don't have actual morals. So when you criticize us morally, for the rest of this live, when Republicans try and offer a moral criticism here, just remind them of Derek. Derek said we get to do whatever the fuck we want to anybody because we're bigger than them. That was the answer, Derek. I appreciate you being honest. Here's Trump continuing here on why he pardoned a massive... By the way, Hernandez was trafficking way more drugs than the Venezuelans. Way more.
Group, what the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us.
I'm not that young, bro. I'm 40. I was alive through all of 9/11. I was alive for the Iraq invasion, the Afghanistan invasion. I was military age during that time. I've been around.
Was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that
it was unfair. What was unfair, MAGA? Tell me what was unfair about how Hernandez was treated. He was trafficking drugs into the United States, trying to poison Americans. He's on the record saying that he wanted to poison us. And he was treated unfairly? Did we invade and take over his country? Did we parade him around for a perp walk? Maduro has been treated far more unfairly than Hernandez.
It was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party...
His friends like me. I endorsed his friends. His friends like me. So wait, he endorsed the party that was trafficking drugs? Why is Trump endorsing a party where their leader got caught trafficking drugs into the United States? He's saying it. He is saying it. I'm not. That's Donald Trump. Do you see the screen? That's Donald Trump saying this.
In power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Derek, could you prove that Maduro trafficked drugs and had malicious intent? Are you asking me for a standard of evidence that you guys don't have? Because they haven't shown any evidence of that either. I can show. I will read the indictment later, but let's see. One. See if I can find this. All right. So, according to prosecutors, again, same Southern District of New York, same prosecutors who are prosecuting this case said the documents that they had in their case that, quote, Hernandez is saying he wanted to shove the drugs right up the nose of the gringos by flooding the United States with cocaine. How's that? Is that good enough? And if you don't believe this, then you also can't believe any of the charges against Maduro because it's the same people. Yeah. Guys, this is a lefty, but this is lefty. You can stop calling me a lefty. Everybody knows I'm on the left here. Anything there? You want to respond to that? It's not the same people. It's literally U.S. federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York. Here we go. During that trial, the president was accused of accepting more than $1 million from El Chapo. Then didn't we then allow El Chapo's family in? I am also a Mormon apostate. That's true. We don't believe it. We just only believe what Trump says. We hold different standards of evidence for Trump and everything else. If Trump says it, it's true. If anybody else says it, we're going to demand evidence. And when you show that evidence, we're going to say that evidence isn't good enough. Now, Trump said that he talked to Marco Rubio about that pardon. One of the issues that all these folks have had this week is that the Trump administration has been giving out two different messages, and Trump keeps stamping all over it. Now, Marco Rubio claimed that we weren't going into Venezuela to take over. Many Republicans said this was just about getting Maduro, and then Trump's like, no, we're taking over. So we've had conflicting messages on the same stage. Here's another example of that.
Very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Hernandez was convicted by a jury.
I understand. You're asking me, the pardon authority is something that, I'm not involved in my role. I'm not criticizing it. I can't just comment on it because I just...
But didn't Trump just said that he involved Rubio? He literally pointed at Rubio, said, I talked to Rubio. Now Rubio is saying that he wasn't part of this. Do you know why Rubio's saying this? Rubio's saying this because he's running for president and he knows he's wrong. Rubio does not, he will do anything to not be on the record here. He does not want to be on the record of this pardon of Hernandez. because he knows how hypocritical that looks. And Rubio doesn't have the same cult following as Donald Trump where people will just ignore it. They will beat him over the head with it in any campaign. Only Trump can get away with this. Only Trump has the type of support where no matter what he does, you same dick riders show up every day to publicly fillet him. But Rubio doesn't have that. So weirdly, Trump just said, yeah, I talked to Rubio. Now Rubio's like,
Not involved in my role. I'm not criticizing it. I can't just comment on it because I just wasn't involved in those deliberations.
Do you support it?
No, not pro Maduro. Maduro is bad. Maduro was a dictator. I can tell the whole story. Stop trying to boil it down, MAGA, to make this about Maduro. The only reason you want to talk about Maduro is because you don't want to talk about this other shit. Maduro's bad, Maduro's bad, Maduro's bad. He's an evil dictator. Bad Maduro, bad leader, corrupt leader, stole money from his people leader. Maduro should have been removed. His people should have removed him. I wouldn't have even been that mad if Trump removed him. What we're complaining about now is that we are taking over a country. Okay, thank you. Good question. Because we're occupying another country and stealing their resources. That's what we have a problem with. And you guys used to have a problem with that. Trump used to have a problem with that. Republicans used to pretend that you had a problem with that. But every time there's an opportunity to do regime change war, you do it. And then you campaign on no new wars, no regime change. We're not doing this. And then when they do it, none of you actually care because you never believed that. The only reason you ever talked about no new wars and regime change wars is so that you could criticize Joe Biden. That was it. It was never anything that you cared about. If you did, you'd abandon him right now.
I wasn't involved in those deliberations. I haven't looked at the case file. I haven't looked at the arguments made by, I've got a bunch of other things going on that are within my purview as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, but pardons aren't one of them. So I can't comment on it.
There's no occupation. We're literally occupying them right now, Avulkus. Are you unaware that our military is occupying Venezuela right now? Are you unaware that Donald Trump said we are going to occupy them? This is what I'm telling you. Like, you guys got to read. Just listen to Trump. You don't even have to listen to me. Just listen to Trump. I just showed 4 clips of Trump saying we're going to occupy.
A case that, frankly, I'm aware of, but not deeply and familiar with, and I don't want to comment on something that I haven't had a chance to be involved in reviewing the file and the rationale behind it.
I studied it very quick.
It's not a must. It is not a must to occupy their country. You guys, you're all incapable of listening. Maduro, bad. Maduro should be removed as leader. That doesn't mean we should occupy the country. I say that, and then you're like, we had to get rid of Maduro. No shit. We all agree with that. Maduro, bad. Maduro has to go. Don't occupy, but we shouldn't occupy the country. But Maduro's bad. We're an hour and a half in, and you're still doing the same fucking shit. I've probably said it 50 times already. But you don't know what to do right now. You have no fucking clue what to do right now. Everybody agrees Maduro's bad. The rest of the shit Trump's doing is illegal. And it's another regime change war. And you're like, I don't want to address that. I'm going to keep pretending that what this guy's saying is that Maduro was good and he's defending Maduro. Nobody's defending Maduro. Not one person. All right. I want to show you this too, because this should have been predictable. And it was also in Project 2025. But this is Fiona Hill's testimony during the Russian investigation. Cue the Russia hoax. I don't believe this because it's from that investigation. Got it. I was told by Amos and other colleagues that they had some linkages. So I also want to, get you to step back at this period. This is the question. This is, March, April into May, where we were having a standoff over Venezuela. Remember in the first administration, Trump went after Venezuela, sanctioned the fuck out of Venezuela. And the Russians at this particular juncture were signaling very strongly that they wanted to somehow make some very strange swap arrangement between Venezuela and Ukraine. If you don't know, Russia is involved in Venezuela. They've been buying Venezuelan oil. They've also provided arms to Venezuela. But in 2019, they were like, hey, maybe we'll work out some sort of swap. In other words, if we're going to exert some semblance of the Monroe Doctrine of, Russia keeping out of our backyard, because this is after the Russians had sent in these 100 operatives essentially to, basically secure the Venezuelan government and, to preempt what they were obviously taking to be some kind of U.S. military action. They were basically signaling, you have your Monroe Doctrine. You want us out of your backyard? Well, we have our own version of this. You're in our backyard in Ukraine, and we're getting that sent to us, kind of informally through channels. What was Trump doing last week on the phone with Vladimir Putin? What was Trump advocating for last week in his negotiations with Zelensky? that Russia was going to get to keep some of the land that they stole from Ukraine. Why do you think Russia hasn't responded? Russia is supposed to back Venezuela. Why isn't Russia acting right now? MAGA will tell you it's because they're afraid. Some people might say that maybe they have a deal. And when it comes out in a week or two that Trump is pushing behind the scenes, which we actually already know because he's publicly said this, that Trump wants to give them part of Ukraine. And again, we've been arguing over and over. Russia can't just invade and have this land. They can't just steal Ukraine's land. And Trump's like, well, they can. Seems like they're using this justification now. China backs Russia. Russia invades Ukraine. And now it looks like that this administration says, well, if you can do it, we can do it. So now we're going to start taking over. And all of this was in Project 2025. All of it. All of it talked about what we were going to do in Venezuela, what we're going to do in Mexico, what we're going to do in Canada. And the goal of Project 2025 is to force all these countries under our umbrella. And that we'll essentially just like take these countries one by one and we will own the entire Western hemisphere. And that we'll look the other way while China and Russia take the other hemisphere. So from 2019, this just happens to coincide. Weird, right? All right. Here's Tulsi Gabbard in 2019, that same year. Remember Tulsi Gabbard? You guys love her. She left the left. The left abandoned her. They don't like her because she advocates for no new wars. She advocates that they don't do regime change. That's why she's on your side. Because she said, rightfully, that Obama and Biden continued in the regime change war activities. And they did. And they should be criticized for that. And it was wrong. But that's why she's on your side. Because you guys were the no new wars, no regime change wars people. Here's what she said in 2019.
We look throughout history, every time the United States goes into another country and topples a dictator or topples a government, the outcome has been disastrous for the people in these countries. That's why we should use our leadership in the world to try to broker a diplomatic solution, working with countries like Russia that have great influence over Venezuela, so that there is a peaceful outcome. Because I can tell you as a soldier, Martha, I've seen firsthand the high cost of war, and pushing for this civil war, pushing for the use of military force will only end up with more suffering and death and disaster for the Venezuelan people. We look through.
Yep, she is one person. Actually, I don't think I got it on the outline. I think it's saved in my videos. Let me find it. There's another person who was anti-regime change war. Let's see. I think I have it saved. His name was Donald Trump.
Racing to topple far.
I think this is it. Yeah.
We will stop racing to topple foreign, and you understand this, foreign regimes that we know nothing about. This destructive cycle of intervention and chaos must finally, folks, come to an end.
Yeah, it's two people.
We will stop
Once upon a time,
racing
Trump was
to
against this too. And you know why Trump was against this? Because it was popular. What's this one?
The world would be better off with Saddam Hussein
100%.
and Gaddafi in power.
100%. Now, as far as Assad is concerned.
The world would be a better place with Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi in power, 100%, he said. And what was his excuse for that? Because when we go and we topple these regimes, it creates terrorist groups, it creates instability, and ultimately we have to stay there forever and ever and ever. That's what Trump said. And hear it again.
The world would be better off with Saddam Hussein
100%.
and Gaddafi in power.
100%. Now, as far as Assad is concerned,
what about the human rights abuses?
Let's talk. Well, you don't think they're happening now? They're worse now than they ever were. People are getting their heads chopped off. They're being drowned. Right now, they're far worse than they were ever under Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi. And it all blew up around Hillary Clinton and around Barack Obama. It all blew up. Now, one thing about Assad, not a good guy. I understand that. We have to
No, if Trump was me, Trump's doing what I'm saying. Assad wasn't a good guy. Me, Maduro, not a good guy.
Build our country.
But let's explain why I'm opposed to it. I sound an awful lot like Trump in 2016.
About Assad, not a good guy. I understand that. We have to rebuild our country. Our country's falling to pieces. We have 19 trillion in debt.
39 now. Yeah, we got to rebuild. We got to build our country. What happened to America first? We got to rebuild our country. 19 trillion in debt.
We have infrastructure that's a disaster. Our roadways, our airports, our schools, everything. We have to.
Yeah, we cut the Department of Education. What happened to 2016 Trump? It's a whole different person. That's a good point. You can really tell how much he's lost in his old age. The thing is, like, Trump's not even giving you his own thoughts anymore. Trump is being spoon-fed his thoughts by the same people who brought you the Iraq War. But what most MAGA is not aware of is that Trump has lost his mind a long time ago. He no longer ever talks about what he thinks. He just repeats what he's been told, and he does it poorly. But he used to have, he used to have messaging. This was Steve Bannon behind this messaging. They used to talk about this openly, that regime change was bad. Even though there are evil dictators, we don't go in and decapitate the leadership because it makes more problems in the future.
Start thinking about ourselves. We're pouring trillions of dollars into the Middle East, and we have nothing for it. We have nothing.
But what did we get out of the Middle East? Did the oil companies get a bunch of money out of the Middle East? Yep. He was right in 2016. What did we get from it? Nothing. Who benefited from it? Dick Cheney's buddies, who were building infrastructure projects, and the oil companies, who were then buying the oil and refining it. But who didn't benefit? Us. We paid for that war out of our taxpayer dollars, and then we gave all that money to the oil companies and these construction companies. And then when they made billions of dollars, we cut their taxes. 2016 Trump was right. 2025 Trump is just a puppet. He has no idea what's going on. He's just an angry puppet. And this has Stephen Miller and Project 2025 written all over it. And Stephen Miller and Project 2025 want to end democracy and become an authoritarian oligarchy. You lost your guy. He's gone. The guy you voted for in 2016, he's gone. He lost his mind years ago. You can just watch this. This guy was coherent. He can't even complete sentences now. Listen, you can call me angry all you want. Trump has been screaming for 3 straight days. That's fine. I am angry right now, but so is he. He's angry in this video. He's yelling in this video. When Trump's mad, it's just because he's right. All right, I got to catch up on some comments. I've been slacking. May J says, I'm listening about 20 minutes behind. Why did we invade? Deportation camps for immigrants? Just a thought. We invaded for oil. Trump said it. We want their oil. We want their minerals. He says it's ours. Chewy said, not only El Chapo, but let La Barbie walk free. Kevin Forgotten said, as a Canadian, thank you for doing what the American education system has clearly failed at. Godspeed, brother. Look forward to being BFFs again one day. Yeah. Ryan said, fuck MAGA dictator bullshit. They are not patriotic. They are not about American values. Greenland and Canada are not for sale. They are our allies. Yeah, and I don't even think Trump's talking about buying them. I think he's talking about just taking them. Alicia said, I'm starting to come around on the idea of a foreign country kidnapping another country's president and charging him with crimes. Amy said, Derek, survival of the finest. I think I meant fittest. Get red states off blue states' dime, and I'll just say good luck. California has largest farming, and blue countries produce over 76% of the U.S. GDP. Amy's off. My favorite part about Amy is how often she reminds Republicans that they come from welfare states and that your states wouldn't exist if you didn't have blue states paying the bills. And I appreciate that, Amy. MX said, many Americans feel like they have a base in moral grounds to defend the U.S., but they fuck other countries and say, I don't care. Cookie said Trump is a convicted 34-count felon and guilty of war crimes. So can China come and kidnap him, asking for a country? Dar said exactly. They just support anything Trump does. They're not different than Mexicans that support the political party that Mexico has now. They just want to believe in illusion as far as it's good for them in their imagination. I'm not sure what you're referencing with the Mexicans that support their political party, because I'm not steeped in Mexican politics, but that does tend to happen. 1 peso equals 0.56. Wait, what? Jen, are you here? We'll read these. Dar said, you're right. We understand that they
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
give me
I'm
1
here.
second. But they are happy, but it's all lies, and the U.S. citizens are not going to get anything but misery from it. I've seen very few saying this. They create problems and sell the cure. Thanks, A-Rod. Amy said, I was in the store. Did you show the clip where Trump said the oil companies will pay to build and will pay them back? Who will get the profits and interest payments? I haven't played that yet. Johnny, good to see you, buddy. Said, fuck cancer. Fuck MAGA, cancer's horrible. Won't let me swear. I got it for you. Ty said, when does the oil benefit U.S. citizens? Never. I got that from Amy. What did you send me here?
You don't have to read everything that I send you in our chat.
What is it?
Just there's some of the stuff that's some of the super chats are sent in different currencies. So for the total.
Oh, is that that's the exchange rate? It's up to 25?
Yeah. So
Or 20?
for Mexico,
20. No. All right, that's about right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's all. It's just for numbers. If
Gotcha.
you saw, but
Okay, thanks.
well, just to remind everybody. So I think you got to update that total.
Yeah.
That we've got left. So I see a lot of people wanting Jade to respond to you guys in the chat. You guys don't have to. A lot of these comments fly by. So if you actually want to come up and have a conversation, you can do that. And how you can do that is if you look at the Venmo username, that's my Discord handle. If you want to add me on Discord, send me a message on Discord. I can bring you up and have a conversation with Jay in real time. So you don't have to just keep crying in the comments. You can actually come up and have a conversation if you want to do that.
I would love that
also,
today, by the way. I would love to talk to Republicans today.
Yeah. And no, I'm not going to try to pronounce. So we're not grifting. We are crowdfunded. So if people like to come here and listen to the show and they like to support us that way, so that's not grifting. We're honest about where the funds go. So if you guys want to piss off more people, send your super chats, Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals. That's fine with us. So, and then if you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so wherever you're watching. We have a members only event later tonight, right? That's still the plan?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll be watching, is it the last 2 episodes or do we have?
I think, I'm not sure. I can't remember.
So we've been watching Dope Sick the last couple of Mondays. So we'll be watching 2 more episodes of that tonight. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify as well.
I'm laughing after that. Somebody in the chat's like, "Give me the phone number to call." We just explained it. It's through Discord. You got to use Discord.
Yeah, we don't do. That's not how we take callers. So we do them through Discord. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all of it. My cloning experiments are finally starting to pay off. I'm super excited. I'm beside myself.
Well done. Super My Fam said for millions of BNM in Venezuela ready to fight. I'm not sure what BNM is. I saw somebody say that. Oh, there you are, Barrera. Actually, I was going to respond to you. You said you're Venezuelan and your family thanks you. Look, but that's what the people of Iraq thought too. That's what people always think when America comes in and lies to them and says that they're there to liberate you. But in 10, 15, 20 years, you'll realize that we just came there to steal your stuff. We came there to steal your resources. I don't know if you're really Venezuelan or not. A lot of people lie about that. If you are, I would just say that you have the expertise on what it's like living in Venezuela, and some of us have the expertise of knowing what the United States does. specifically Republicans in this country. That you are dollar signs to their donors, and they are going to come in and they're going to steal all your resources. You might say that you're not Iraq, and that's true. You're not Iraq, but we use the exact same justification. We're doing the exact same thing, and we will steal all of your resources. And so you can celebrate for now that Maduro's gone, but you're not getting freedom. We're not coming in and removing him and then letting you guys govern. We're in charge now, and go talk to the Iraqis, see how that goes. It's not usually a winning endeavor when you let the United States take over your country. All right. That was Trump talking about regime change war, which obviously he's against now. Here's Trump now. For every MAGA, I'm going to expect thousands of apologies. And Barrera, real quick, they didn't come there to liberate you. They came there to take your country. Here's Donald Trump telling you that in his own words.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth.
Did you hear that? They're going to take your oil. Now, in Venezuela, you guys have something that we in America don't have, and you should hold on to it. You own your own oil. You didn't sell it to businesses or give it to businesses. In America, we have a lot of oil too, and we gave it to corporations, and they don't give us shit. They raise our prices. They keep them artificially high. They don't pay taxes. They're the biggest welfare recipients in this country. You guys right now have control of your oil. Our president says you don't anymore. We're going to steal a bunch of it. A bunch of it.
Need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from out.
46MD, what do you mean we aren't taking the oil? This is Donald Trump. He's the president. He's saying that they are. This is what's crazy. This is when it's like in full like cult mode. Trump is saying we're taking it, and Republicans are going, no. Prove what I said? He's saying it. What the fuck are you talking about? Prove he's saying it. I mean, if they turn out not to steal the oil, then I guess he was wrong. What, now I can't take his word for it? When he says, here's what we're going to do, and I play that, you're like, fake news. Why are you playing Donald Trump's words and repeating what he says?
We're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And
those people from outside of Venezuela who used to be in Venezuela are oil companies from America that didn't get to work there anymore because you guys privatized your oil. They're going to steal your oil. They're taking your oil. Not stealing for the benefit of the people. Listen, no, he just said it. There it is again. Let's do it again.
Wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela.
It's going to go to them, meaning that they can sell oil, which they already can do, but we're going to allow them to sell. We're going to pick and choose who they can sell oil to now. So the Venezuelans will get to sell some of their oil, and some of it we're going to take. And we're going to get a massive discount on anything that we buy from them, too.
And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much.
What damages have been caused by that country, MAGA? Let's talk about it. No, Patrick, that's not what he's talking about. You can go watch his whole speech, and we'll play more clips. They're not going to give money to people in Florida. What has Venezuela done to harm our country? We're giving money to them for taking their oil. We are going to buy oil, but we're also going to take their oil. You see, I know you don't see a problem with it. You have no problem with us invading a country and taking control and taking their sovereignty away from them. That's not democratic. They didn't vote for this. I thought we were about democracy here. We're replacing one dictatorship with another. And we're choosing, like, who's going to be the leader there. We get to choose for some reason. Drug trafficking. I know, but what are the damages? I know that they sent cocaine here. How much should they pay us in damages? And what are the damages that they caused? Retribution for 300,000 deaths from cocaine every year. Brother, there were 80,000 overdeath drugs last year, total for all drugs. I think it's about 1,000 from cocaine. You are off by a lot. You're off by what, 300? 300%? Or a multiple, excuse me, of 300. Not 300%. A multiple of 300. You got, just because Donald, and this is more evidence that they're in a cult. You guys keep citing 300,000. That number is a lie. Look, we can pull this up. How many overdose deaths in 2024? According to the CDC, there were an estimated 80,000 overdose drugs, death drugs in 2024. 48,000 of that was fentanyl. This number, this 22,000, is laced. So this is fentanyl by itself, synthetic. This is laced. If you go and you cycle out, I think it might be in here. I think you have to click on their breakdown. If you cycle out pure co, it's like 1,000. And you said 300,000. What percentage comes? Let's see. I think it was like 5%. That's just me guessing, so let's make sure we get this right. DEA says between 8 and 10%. So even if we go back to those numbers, let's take them at their maximum. So even let's just say that this is just pure and it's not even laced. Let's just take that number, 22,000. That would mean 2,200 deaths at most came from drugs trafficked from Venezuela. So out of the 180,000, we're going after the country that caused 2,000? And we're going to take we're going to take their oil for that? And by the way, also at this time, we're going to pardon the person who was trafficking way more of this in Hernandez. He gets a pardon for trafficking way more than Venezuela because it was the Biden DOJ who prosecuted him, and Trump just pardons anybody who was prosecuted by the Biden DOJ, including a fraudster Democrat who was laundering money, and the Democrats prosecuted him and said that we don't want anything to do with him, and then Trump came and pardoned him. You guys have legitimate Democrat derangement syndrome. Yeah, we might just call it Trump derangement syndrome for you. You guys he lies, you repeat it. Somebody went to jail because Joe Biden was president. Oh, they must be innocent. So we'll just pardon drug traffickers. Cool, huh? All right. Where's the apology for saying 300,000? Republicans, I need you to say Donald Trump lied. Somebody, I need you guys to admit that Donald Trump lies about the amount of deaths. 80,000 is low. How about the undocumented? Look, I don't know. Yeah, it could be low. Sure as shit isn't 300,000. You going to say it? Are you guys going to admit that Donald Trump lies? We're having a real weird day today for a lot of you. You all, those of you that have been here the whole time, you entered this conversation today saying, one, that Venezuela is bringing in fentanyl. They're not. Trump says they're bringing in fentanyl. That's a lie. Trump says that they killed 300,000 people last year. That's a lie. 300,000 people didn't die from that, and most of it isn't coming from Venezuela, and none of it is fentanyl. This is a very strange day for you, isn't it? And now you start off like we're just going in to get Maduro. We're not taking over their country. We're not taking their oil. But now they're taking their oil. All these numbers are false. These are Trump's numbers. Is Trump's entire administration unable to provide accurate numbers? Is that what you're saying? We've gotten to the stage of, oh, you're so smart. No, dude, you can just read. Honestly, I know that it seems to a lot of MAGA that like I'm a know-it-all. I'm just reading. I'm just showing you what actually happened. All I'm doing is fact checking. I didn't know this stuff either. You just had to look it up, and you guys could do that too. Or you could to Trump all day, every day. All right. Let's see. Oh, let's also remember this. That Pete Hegseth promised when he testified to Congress that he would seek congressional approval if they ever attacked Venezuela, which they didn't do. And Marco Rubio was pressed on this by the Washington Post, John Hudson. Said in an interview with the Post, Rubio denied that he lied and said he promised to get congressional approval only if the United States was going to conduct military strikes for military purposes. This was not that. This was a law enforcement operation. When pressed that U.S. forces bombing Venezuela, seizing its leader, and claiming to run the country would be widely interpreted as a military operation, Rubio did not relent, saying, the mission last night was in support of the Department of Justice. Now Rubio and Hegseth are like, well, we meant only if it was like military. Well, now I'm real confused because Trump is the commander-in-chief who incoherently that he's able to use the military in this way, which he's not, and we'll cover that in a minute. But now they're trying to create this loophole where the military can do whatever the fuck it wants as long as we call it a law enforcement operation. We can just go into countries and do what we want if we call it law enforcement. And you guys will buy that. That's good enough for me, as long as they say something. And now they're setting their sights on other places. Now they're setting their sights on Cuba for some reason. Now we're going to go after Cuba?
One of the things that is happening, and I think you see it all the time, Howard, you've seen it, that Cuba is ready to fall. Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know how they...
This is so weird by Lindsey Graham. He is coked up. If you've ever seen a 70-year-old man coked up, or if you've never seen it, you see one now. Look at Lindsey Graham. How excited he is about invading another country.
Cuba is ready to fall. Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil.
Why does Cuba not have income? Does anybody know? MAGA, why does Cuba not have any income? Anybody? Because we sanction the fuck out of them. We don't allow anybody to do trade with them. Why does Venezuela have no income? Because we sanctioned the fuck out of them. Whoever that Venezuelan person is here that was blaming Maduro earlier, again, Maduro's bad. Maduro took the little bit of money that you were getting and he spread it out to himself and his friends, and he didn't take care of all of you, and that should have been more evenly distributed. But we sanctioned the fuck out of your economy. I've been citing a wrong statistic, and I need to correct it. I've been saying 80% of Venezuela's exports were oil. It was 90%. 90% of what you guys export is oil. And we bought half of that, and we stopped buying that. So overnight, your economy is cut in half. And then we sanctioned anybody who bought oil from you. So the reason you guys don't have any money, and the reason you had hyperinflation, was because you had nobody to sell your only real resource to. And so you printed money and you got hyperinflation. You can blame Maduro, but this is our government saying if you are a socialist, we get to sanction the fuck out of you. If you don't allow American companies to come in and do capitalism in your country, then we will sanction you into oblivion. And that's what happened in Venezuela. That's what happened in Cuba. That's what happened in Iraq. That's what's happening in Iran. These countries that you guys consistently call shithole countries that now you're liberating, the reason that they don't have any money is because what they try and do, and the reason that somebody like Hugo Chavez and Maduro were popular in the first place is because the people in Venezuela were tired of the corruption that was there before too. And both Chavez and Maduro came in and they said, look, we're going to give you guys control. You're going to get control of our oil. We're not just going to let these capitalists from other countries come in and loot our country. We should be making the money from oil. And then the United States goes, nope, can't do that. Sanctions. And what's their excuse for sanctions? Socialism bad. Our government consistently decapitates other governments and destroys their economies so that rich people in this country can continue to benefit from those countries. And when those countries say, no, we're going to focus on our own people, Venezuela first, we fuck them over. And we threaten everybody because we have the world's biggest economy. We can do it. We can just tell everybody, hey, if you do business with Venezuela, you're fucked. The only people that were able to do business with Venezuela were like Russia and China, who don't rely on the United States. And what they did is they gave loans consistently to Venezuela in exchange for cheap oil. And that's the only way you guys sustained. But you guys were selling your oil at a discount to the only people who could give you money. That's why your exports went way down. It wasn't because Maduro stopped drilling, stopped producing oil. It's because you guys had nobody to sell it to. Because we slapped sanctions on you. The UN went along with us and slapped sanctions on you. I don't know why. My history of Venezuela is 100% correct, Carlos. Tell me what I got wrong about Venezuela. Tell me which part of that I got wrong. Did Chavez and Maduro run on nationalizing resources? Yes. Did the United States, in response to that, sanction you guys so you couldn't sell oil? Which part of that's wrong? You guys all say the same fucking dumb shit every day. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And then I go, explain it to me, and you disappear. Did we sanction them? Did we sanction the fuck out of Venezuela? Did we destroy your economy? Yep. We sure did. I know that you guys think that America's like the good guys and that we're just out there liberating people, but like what the fuck in our history tells you that we're the good guys that liberate people? We literally came here and stole somebody else's land. And then while we were here, we stole more land. We stole land from Mexico. We stole land from the indigenous people. We stole land. We stole Hawaii. It's what we do. We steal. That's who America is. That's who they've always been. That's what we were founded on. And what conservatives have done so well is rewrote history into like this Christian ideal, like we were God's chosen people and we came here and we are a Christian country. No. We're colonizers. We always have been. It's what we do. Like we have this facade of democracy. But why is it that like you have Bush, then you have Obama, then you have Biden, then you have Trump, and they all basically do the same shit? Why is that? Because the people who are actually like running our foreign policy aren't these guys. I sound like a female. Yeah, well, that makes sense because women are smarter and more educated than men. So I appreciate that. I'm not surprised that someone will be like, you sound like a female. Yeah, because my words make sense. And I'm talking about economics, and I'm not just jacking off Donald Trump. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue with Cuba here.
They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Marco Rubio.
Coked out of his mind. Yeah, there's probably some Cuban Americans who are going to be happy about it. That means we get to destroy a country and take it over. It got worse with Lindsey Graham. Like, he got even more irate. And again, he's clearly coked out of his mind here. These are all drug addicts, by the way. Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, these are all drug addicts. They're consistently doing uppers.
To this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered.
We've killed priests and nuns in this country. We've killed innocent people in this country, too. We kill innocent people all the time. It's what we do.
We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans.
We're going to go in and we're going to put our businesses in their country. Are you going to benefit from this? No, you're not going to benefit from this one bit. Here's the reality that we're in. This war exists because of a couple reasons. One, we have massive debt. And two, our economy is completely fake. It's a rigged economy that is propped up by fake investment. We have this massive bubble hanging over our heads, and it's AI. And it's not about AI, the technology. It's about the energy that we need to generate in order for these AI companies not to fail. And so in order for these AI companies not to fail, we need a lot of energy. A lot of energy. And the only way to do that is to access more cheap energy. So since we need more cheap energy and we need more cheap resources, because all of these, like NVIDIA, OpenAI, they are strapped. They have no more cash. There's no liquidity left for them, and there's nobody left in the United States that can loan them any money. So this administration's entire goal has been to go around and use tariffs at your expense to make the cost of goods for you go up. Unemployment goes up. And they use that leverage of tariffs to convince or force other countries to invest in Donald Trump's sovereign wealth fund. And then they take that sovereign wealth fund and Trump gets to invest it in his friends' companies. So they're using you as leverage to give more money to these AI companies whose sole goal is to take your job. And we've run out of money. And so now we're invading. Now we're going to destroy other economies. I know that this sounds crazy to you, but Master Gamers, I'll explain this. Some of you haven't been around. Let me explain this quickly. Let's look. I'll give you this example. Let's go to OpenAI. They're not publicly traded. Let me go to NVIDIA. NVIDIA's market cap, meaning how much they should be worth based on their stock price. Their market cap is 4.55 trillion, taking a hit lately, by the way. Peaked when? In October? Taking a hit lately. Their revenues, net revenue, 2020, let's say go 2024, was $60 billion. How many times did we decide $60 billion goes into 4.55 trillion? Can anybody do that math for me? This is bloat. This is crony, not even crony capitalism. This is just a bullshit market price. The way that usually you get like the value of a company is you're going to take their revenue and you're going to add some sort of multiplier to it. And the multiplier is basically revenue that you know that you can count on. They're saying that a company making $60 billion is worth $4.55 trillion. What does that mean effectively? It means that the stock price has been driven not by revenue, not by their ability to make money, but by people who believe someday it will make that much money. That's how our stock market works. And NVIDIA is like what, 13%, something like that. The top 5 companies in our stock market are basically keeping the stock market afloat. And if those crash, our entire economy crashes because we bet on them heavily. And we let all these people like NVIDIA, what they're doing is they're creating shell companies. So for example, let's say you MAGAs here, you and I decide that we're going to open up a cupcake business. It's 66x? Yeah. Yeah. So it would take 66 years of revenue for NVIDIA to make up their market cap. Nobody gets a 66 multiple. That's crazy. But let's just say that we all decide that we're going to make cupcakes, right? And we're going to sell these cupcakes for whatever, $5 a piece. And we decide to make it a publicly traded cupcake manufacturer. And let's say that we're making $1 million a year selling cupcakes. And our stock price says that's $1 million this year. Let's say that let's measure for 10% growth. So next year you're going to make 1.1 million, and then you're going to advance that. So let's say that people like cupcakes. Let's just say 2 years of growth. So now what do you have? $1.21 million is your revenue for $2.21 million is going to be your revenue for 2 years. That's a 2x multiple. So if you then looked at the value of our company, and the value of the company was $2.5 million, that would make sense. You'd be like, okay, I'm looking at their profits and I'm looking at their revenue. That makes sense. But if then everybody in the country was like, hold on, cupcakes cupcakes are going to be the future, and everybody starts investing in our cupcake company, and that's good. That can raise the price, right? So we could 4x it. Now let's say that we have this 4x multiple, but we don't have 4x multiple type revenues. So how can I increase my revenues? I've got an idea. Let's sell our cupcakes in other bakeries. So then I open up my own bakery. You and we open up our own bakery, and we call it Little Cupcake Bakery. And now that Little Cupcake Bakery doesn't make their own cupcakes. They buy from us, but we're the same company. So now this Little Cupcake Bakery starts buying their donuts from us with our money. So we buy these cupcakes from ourselves. They go back to this bakery, and the bakery sells them maybe for a profit, maybe for a loss. But now it looks like our company, has all this revenue. So we go and we buy $2 million of our own cupcakes for our other company. And now it looks like we have this extra $2 million of revenue. So then the people buying the stock go, oh my God, look, now they're increasing their revenue too. And they buy the stock again and they raise it. And that's what all these people are doing. That's what NVIDIA is. They all have set up these shell companies to fake revenue. And so they're out of money. And that's why Trump is doing this. I know, guys, economics, they get so mad. Play the video. I don't want to learn about economics. I want to talk about Donald Trump. It does sound like fraud. It is fraud. Somebody get rid of DMAX2K. DMAX, this video here is on Twitter. You can go watch it on Twitter. Somebody just mute DMAX for 5 minutes while you go find this. On this channel, I talk as much as I want to. So there we go.
This is a big frigging day, and everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
Yeah, they all think you're going to come take over their country. And what do you guys get for it, MAGA? Well, I asked this 4 or 5 times. I still haven't gotten an answer. What do you get from any of this? Fuck, you do not comply. What do you get? What do you benefit from? How is this going to help you? Anybody? Yeah, is this creating jobs? Is this making you more money? Is this making things more affordable? This is a lot of spending. We just spent a lot of money to do this, and we're going to spend a lot more money to do this. And who's going to get the revenue from it? Oil companies, not us. Yeah, Chino, we're making dumb moves. I'm mad that we're making dumb moves to benefit the ultra wealthy at the expense of you. I'm standing up for you. I understand you think Donald Trump is Jesus fucking Christ, but he's not. I'm advocating for you guys. You're advocating for him. You're just cheerleaders. Nothing from anybody? What are we going to get? MAGA? Nothing? Boy. Does it concern you that none of you have answers for this? I'm 40, dude. I just look good. I'm not a kid. I'm 40. I have a child. I've owned businesses. I've lived through all these wars. See how they don't have an answer? It's just criticism of me. See that? No, I'm asking you guys for real questions. Real answers? Nothing. We just love Trump and we don't like this guy because he doesn't like Donald Trump. Then here's Trump, just admitting it. We're just going to keep doing this shit. Who are the other narco terrorist dictators, by the way? Can we hear them? I didn't see your answer, Lord Naroko. What was your answer? I'll look for it. Scrolling up. I don't see your answer. Chat's cruising. I'll wait. I'll wait for 10 seconds and read your answer. Just write it again. I can't throw out an ad hom because I'm not arguing with anybody. That doesn't make sense. So give me an answer of what? Come on. You got to be faster. I'm not using logic. I'm just telling you facts. This isn't a logical. I'm not making a logical argument. I'm explaining how economics work. The fact that you just think that things that you don't understand means like it's logic. The benefit that America gets from this is keeping China, Russia, and Iranian influence out of the Western hemisphere. The strategic concern was our refineries. Okay, but what do we get? What do you get from it? I understand that, but how do you benefit if China, Russia, and Iran are not influencing the Western hemisphere? What do we get from that? We went to school, and we can read. That's why we don't like Trump. He's typing with his index fingers. What do we get? I understand what you're saying. Have you ever walked through this? What do we get? Well, this probably won't lead to cheaper oil, but just so you know, cheaper energy doesn't always make everything cheaper. You can prove that by showing that the prices have consistently gone up month over month and the price of gas has gone down. So it should have made things cheaper, right? Sometimes it does, not always. All right. Anything? Do we get anything? History agrees with me fully. History is clearly on my side. What Republicans are saying right now is that this time it will be different. All the other times when we did regime change war and it was a catastrophic failure, this time will be different. History is firmly on my side. History is not on your side. What you guys should be arguing is why this is different from before. You're not arguing that. You're just saying, I love Donald Trump and this guy makes me mad. All right, so you didn't have an answer of how this is going to help us. We'll benefit by getting more refined oil, less expensive. We won't be dependent on Russia, China, and other countries. No, this is largely oil that we sell. This is largely not oil that we use. So try again. No taxes on tips, no tax on overtime. We had that before we invaded Venezuela, so that's a silly thing for you to say. God damn, you guys have no answer? We get leverage over China and Russia and have possible to use this to end the war in Ukraine? We already have leverage. I said the benefit was strategic. We limit the influence of China. Yeah, I know what you said. I'm asking you what you fucking get from that. I'm asking you, Lord Naroku, how does that affect your life? How does that make your life better? God, you guys are nothing. All right, I gave you way too much time. You're nothing but talking points. You have no idea. You guys don't know. That's the point. You're just repeating shit that you've heard, but do you ever stop and think how does this actually material benefit me or the people in this country? Do we get material benefit? No. Is it going to make us safer? Fuck no, it's not going to make us safer. It never makes us safer when we go in and we destabilize country. Never. Not once has it made us safer when we go in and decapitate the leadership of a government. Cheaper gas? Maybe. Maybe cheaper gas. But we don't necessarily use this. Revenue from oil? No. Because if the oil is in Venezuela, if they're selling it from Venezuela, we don't get any revenue from that. And Trump just gave all these oil people a tax cut. So less revenue than we could have had. Got it. All right. Now here's Trump just saying the quiet part out loud, which if I said this, you guys would say that I'm crazy. When he says it, you're going to pretend he didn't say this.
A chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on and everybody dying, and it's like it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Could you tell?
We're going to do it again. This is this incredible thing last night. We have to do it again in other countries. We can do it again too. Nobody can stop us. What is it really hurting? It's hurting all of us. It's more money spent that we don't have. It's destabilizing our relationships with other countries. When we destabilize countries, we wind up with more immigrants. I don't know if a lot of you know, like, Republicans are out citing this 8 million person figure, and they talk about the mass exodus from Venezuela. And Republicans over and over are saying, we've never seen a mass exodus like Venezuela. 8 million people were displaced because of Maduro. But what's interesting about that is all of those people were in Venezuela until Trump slapped sanctions on them in 2019. Those 8 million people that left Venezuela all left after Trump sanctioned your country and destroyed, literally overnight, destroyed half of your economy. Half your exports were fucked overnight. And then he went to every other country and said, if you do business with Venezuela, then you will be sanctioned too. And then 8 million people left. And you guys go, yeah, that's Maduro's fault. I guess if you want to say it's Maduro's fault because he wouldn't let Donald Trump and the oil companies just do whatever the fuck they wanted in Venezuela, fine. But I'm of the opinion that our country shouldn't tell other countries what they, how to run their economies, and that if we disagree with how they run their economies, I don't think we should go in and decimate their country. Yes, the economy is 5% of what it was in '99 when communism took over. Why? Because we sanctioned the fuck out of them, Adams. Do you know, like, explain to me, all of you, if Venezuela's economy is 90% reliant on exporting oil, and once they elect a communist, the United States of America says, now you're sanctioned, you can't sell your oil anymore, what the fuck do you think is going to happen to that country? Why do you think so many people, why do you think people in Venezuela resorted to trafficking drugs? Why do you think these people on the boats that are trafficking drugs kept doing it after they saw drug boats being bombed? Why? Because they didn't have another fucking choice. There's no way to make money in that country because we have decimated them. I did not say it was Maduro's fault. I said you guys said it was Maduro's fault. I said Maduro stole money. Maduro oversaw a completely decimated economy, and he took that as an opportunity to loot what was left. But yeah, we've been sanctioning them, and we'll get to all this. I'll prove it. It's fine. We'll get there. But one other thing I want to point out is that Donald Trump has no authority to do this, and it's very clear. We instituted the War Powers Act of 1973. And we did that because we had a history in this country of presidents doing whatever the fuck they wanted. So we passed a new act. This is U.S. Code, 50 U.S. Code 1542. The president, in every possible instance, shall, not can, should, shall. That means has to. Consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. It was hostile. They faced firefight. And after every such introduction shall consult regularly with the Congress until United States armed forces are no longer engaged in hostilities or have been removed from such situations. Trump didn't do this. Trump ignored our laws and our Constitution and the War Powers Act of 1973. And you don't care because you can't say that you don't care about this and also say you're not fascist. You can't be both. You're either a fascist or you're not. But the government choosing to use the military without following the laws that say they have to consult with Congress is fascism. Yes, he does. That's what this says. Okay, Mr. Bobo, explain to me. The president, in every possible instance, how could there be an instance where he doesn't have to do that? Every. That means all. Every. shall consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities. So he has to, at the very least, and this is vague. Consult is a vague word. At the very least, he has to tell them he's going to do it. Brother, you're telling me I'm uninformed? I'm reading the fucking law. Yeah, you're uninformed, man. Trump said he didn't have to do it. Wait, where does the president get the ability to use the Marines without consultation of Congress? Where does he get that? Tell me. That's why the Marines are their own fighting force and referred to? No, they're not. What are you talking about? You're just making... That's why people call them their own fighting force, because there's no laws. You think we have a fighting force that requires no law? You think we have a fighting force that says that there's just no rules? We don't have to be in war. Like, this is what you're saying. We don't have to be at war. This doesn't say war. It's just called the War Powers Act. This says in every possible instance, he has to talk with Congress. He didn't do it. Well, we don't care, though, because he wouldn't do something illegal. The reality with fascists is none of them ever know that they're fascists. None of the Nazis thought they were fascists. They just thought that they were doing what's right. And sometimes you have to crack a few skulls. Sometimes you got to break the law a little bit. That's what fascists do. They ignore the law for this greater good that they think that they're championing. And you guys can't even tell me what the good was done here. Like, I'm asking you, even as fascists, which you are, you're not even good at being fascist because you can't even explain what this greater good is. You can't even explain why you're fascist. You're just like, well, you're doing it because China bad, I think. I think it's China bad. China bad. That's why we're doing it. Maduro's not a fascist. Maduro is an authoritarian dictator. You can't be a fascist and a communist. Make up your mind. They just mean different things. A fascist is an authoritarian dictator, but not all authoritarian dictators are fascists. Fascists have an ideology. Fascism is an ideology. It comes from Mussolini, and we could get into that if you want, but it comes with an ideology, and most of that ideology is like America first, or like Italy first, or like this group of people first. It's identitarian and it's authoritarian. So you can be authoritarian, and I don't think that fascism necessarily is worse than other forms of authoritarianism, but this shows your education that you don't know what fascism is. That's why you don't know you're fascist, because you don't even know what it is. So like when you fit everything you guys are doing right now, you're ignoring the law. You're saying, oh, he doesn't have to obey the law. Oh, fuck around and find out. Yes, you're cheerleading fascism. You just don't know what it means. You've just heard it and you think it's a mean thing. And you think of when you think of fascism, you think of the Nazis, which is crazy because fascism's actually the Italians. When you think of fascism, in its pure form, you should think of the Italians, but you don't. And then you think Germany and you think Holocaust, and you go, oh, we don't have concentration camps where we're burning people, therefore we're not fascist. But you are. You're 100% fascist, and you're proving it today. Actually, there's an awesome documentary on Netflix. We're gonna watch it as part of our movie night. But the way that the story of Hitler taking over Germany and the rise of Donald Trump, the way that they are so perfectly aligned is alarming. It's kind of actually, it's really actually weird to watch. And even this stuff, this is then what Hitler did. He started going into other countries and claiming that they had been scammed by other countries and taking them over. And he blamed, who did Hitler blame? Who was Hitler's enemy? Do you guys know? In his own country, besides the Jews, what ideology was Hitler opposed to? Do you know fascists that are here? MAGA, do you know? Who was on the opposite side? No, I'm talking about a political ideology. Thank you, LX Dog Lover. The communists and the socialists. So if you are anti-communist, anti-socialist, and you have an authoritarian dictator, that's the same ideology of Hitler. They're very much like, look, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about who this sounds like. All right. Hitler came from an abusive home with a mother who was unloving and a father who was a pain, a father who was abusive. Is that like Trump? After World War I, after they lost World War I, and they lost World War I, what happened is all these people took an event where they obviously lost and said, we didn't actually really lose. The Jews forced us and convinced our government leaders to surrender. We would have actually won World War I if it wasn't for these pesky Jews, if it wasn't for these pesky socialists and communists. We would have won, but we were going to win, and then they caved and they gave in to Russia. There were even just like in World War I, where Hitler, like, he went to serve. Hitler was not of German descent, and he was, I think his dad was part Jewish. And because there were so many people flooding to the armies, Hitler went and he joined the Bavarian branch of the army. And the Bavarian branch of the army was Aryan. And you couldn't be mixed breed and join the Bavarian army. It was a strictly white Aryan army. They had two different armies. And Hitler shouldn't have been in that army, but because it was the 1920s and it was hard to check and everybody was flooding to join, he wound up joining like the white nationalists. He wound up joining an army that like he wasn't really supposed to be part of. He didn't even fit in with them. But he was like, this is where we need to be. Then he went to war. He was a runner. He like delivered messages, and he got hurt. He got hit with like chemical weapons. And at the end of the war, Hitler's like in the hospital, and they signed the Treaty of Versailles. And basically, what it was the Germans admitting that they started World War I, that they invaded other countries, and now they had to pay reparations. And so Germany agreed, you're right. We is part of our surrender so that you guys don't obliterate us and take over our country. As part of our surrender, we'll also pay reparations. So because of that, then, the economy was struggling. And what Hitler did is Hitler caught on to that sentiment from those Aryan folks. And what they talked about is how they decimated our military. And they put Jews and gay people and trans people in our military. And they'd made our military not mighty. We have these good Bavarian military people, these strong men, and you ruined it by bringing in gay people and Jewish people and people of mixed ethnicities. That doesn't sound familiar to you guys? That doesn't sound like you guys right now? Blamed the socialist, and he blamed the Jews. And then Hitler worked for the army, and he was a spy. So Hitler was supposed to work for the country and go and spy on all these like party meetings. And he went to the Working People's Party, and I think it's called like Working People's Party. And he went in, and where Hitler first like got his start is there was a guy that was saying that the Bavarians should secede from Germany. And Hitler said that was treason and fought with that man. He stood up and they had this big argument. And then the Working People's Party were like, hey, this is a place for you. And what the Working People's Party, do you want to know what their motto was? Anybody want to guess what the Working People's Party motto was? Germany first. It's Germany first. And what they did is they specifically targeted men. They specifically targeted young men who were struggling at the time, who were having a hard time finding jobs, who were having a hard time coming back from the war and like integrating back into the culture. And they took these group of men and they started a newspaper, and they started going into like all of these places where like the communists and the socialists were meeting, and they beat the fuck out of them. Where the communists and socialists, every time they demonstrated, there were the brown shirts. Similar to like BLM protests and Antifa protests, and the Proud Boys show up, and the Oath Keepers show up. And they're unofficially part of, they're unofficially doing this. They're not, it's not in a government capacity. And then what happened to those brown shirts once Hitler got power? They moved them into the patrols. And they were masked. They hid their identity. Sounds a lot like our ICE right now. And by the way, in America, we had the American Nazi Party here in America. And what was their motto? It was America first. Coke trips going down my throat. I have a cold a bit, but thank you. I would have more energy if this was Coke trips, I think. So then Hitler gets, he writes, obviously, Mein Kampf, and he rises to power, and he rises with anger. He just rises with telling that these good Americans that their culture has been stolen by immigrants and by LGBTQ people and Jewish people, and that they are against all these peace treaties. Think of any peace treaties we might have abandoned. Any like, we basically abandoned NATO. We abandoned the Iranian nuclear agreement. Exact same process. And what drew Hitler, because Hitler wasn't really educated, it's not like he was a great soldier, widely respected. What Hitler was good at is drawing a crowd. And Hitler would also do something that might sound familiar. He was never on time. Hitler would show up 30, 40, 50 minutes late. And he would wait until the crowd was like kind of anxious, because they all came to see him, but he was late, and then they started getting mad. And he wanted that crowd to be anxious and on the edge of their seat and kind of angry when he took the stage. So he was perpetually angry. Sound familiar? How many times have we ever covered a Donald Trump speech that didn't start 30 minutes late? He had like this really unique style. It was weird. It was like, for the first time in Germany, you had this leader who didn't speak poetically, who didn't speak like with an education. It was very basic. But he had like this unique way of speaking. He said everything defiantly, and he stated things that weren't facts as facts. And he would say things like, everybody knows that this is true. And he preyed on working class people, working class men who felt like the country, the reason that they had no economic opportunity was immigrants and Jewish people, and that they needed to take their country back from these people. They bought a newspaper called the People Observer, where they just like it was just nonstop propaganda all day long. Do you know that their leaders took loyalty oaths to Hitler? Are you aware that multiple people are on the record that have worked in the Trump administration that say that they were either required to or they were told that they had to sign loyalty oaths or dedicate their loyalty to Donald Trump? Again, today's January 5th. 2 days ago, we were supposed to have all the Epstein files, and we were supposed to have an account as to why anything was redacted, and none of it's redacted. Why did Pam Bondi break the law? Patel break the law? Because they're not loyal to you, and they're not loyal to this country. They're loyal to Donald Trump, and he didn't want them to release this stuff. So they're just openly in defiance of our laws. And what happened in Germany is that Hitler was breaking the law too. They had the beer hall putsch, where Hitler and his people...
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. It's back. YouTube froze out for like a while. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Hitler had the beer hall putsch, where they went and they tried to overthrow the government. It was a catastrophic failure. And Hitler wound up going to jail. And you know what the argument was? Come on. We really need to worry about these people? Look at their attempt to overthrow the government. It was pathetic. We don't have to worry about them overthrowing the government. Our Constitution, our laws held firm. So even though Hitler tried, this is evidence that our laws hold firm. That was the argument that all Republicans, that the Republicans who do agree that these Jan 6ers were committing crimes, it was like, they didn't really though, right? Like they couldn't even pull it off. Ben Shapiro was famous for that. He's like, look, our Constitution held firm. That's what he said about Donald Trump. Look, I don't like that happened, but Donald Trump can't break our Constitution. Our laws hold firm, and here we are in his next administration. Our laws are not holding firm. He's just openly defying our laws. The people that were around Hitler were not like the establishment. They were cast-offs. They were people from like these fringe parties who had these radical ideas. And Hitler knew that like they had no place to go. So he surrounded himself with cast-offs. Think of all the people in this administration that you'd never heard of before, that never worked in government. The fuck did Stephen Miller come from? What was Tulsi Gabbard if she was not a cast-off? What was RFK if not a cast-off? Pete Hegseth. Who the fuck was Pete Hegseth? He was a low-level like National Guard guy that was a weekend Fox News host. You take people like that because they will be loyal to you because nobody else was going to give them that chance. Nobody else would elevate them like that. What about Pam Bondi? She was fucked. Pam Bondi was basically run out of Florida along with Alex Acosta because they gave Epstein a sweetheart deal and did nothing about it. Pam Bondi quit her job and became a lobbyist for Qatar. Alex Acosta I haven't seen him. He got run out of the government. Steve Bannon? Who the fuck is Steve Bannon? Roger Stone? Roger Stone was abandoned in the Nixon era. And then nobody cared about Roger Stone. Now he's back. And look at the voices that are elevating in MAGA right now. Nobody's had a bigger rise in MAGA than self-avowed Nazis. Nick Fuentes is like near top of the food chain now as an open Nazi. Holocaust denier Candace Owens, top of the food chain. Obvious fascist Tucker Carlson. All of the people now that have the largest voices are openly fascist. And then what happened? Before anybody knew about it, all of a sudden, Germany started invading. And they were like, oh, these are the bad guys over here. These are the bad, these countries in Africa, we've got to have those resources because the people who hate us, who want to ruin us, they want those resources. So we need to get to the resources first before they do. So we had actual wars in Africa of the Allies and the Axis fighting in Northern Africa to protect oil and minerals. You sound exactly the fucking same. You sound exactly the fucking same as they are, or as they were. And just remember how this all ended. This all ended with them losing. And admittedly, one of the scariest parts about this is that Germany was not capable of winning World War II. They were never going to win, especially if the United States got involved. The United States can win. Like, we're far more powerful than Germany was at the time. It was close with Germany at the time. It's not really close now. That's the scariest part. But at the end of all that, and then we'll get back to this, we had the Nuremberg trials. And the things that they were charged with, number one, were conspiracy. Number two, crimes against peace. Number three, war crimes. And four, crimes against humanity. And Donald Trump, in 1 year, has committed all of those crimes. Multiple times. And all of his friends are also war criminals, and he's protecting them. Yeah, thank you. What is that? Bonging stuff? This is a one-to-one comparison. You guys, whether you like it or not, whether you identify as Nazis or fascists or not, you are. All of your leaders are fascists. Just because you don't identify that way doesn't mean that you're not fascist. You're 100% fascist. If my door broke down right now and agents came into this room and arrested me for saying that Donald Trump and you guys are fascists, none of you would care. In fact, I think you would celebrate it. I don't think a single one of you Republicans would stand up and go, that's too far. And that's legitimately where we're at. Tina, a channel can't be fascist. Just learn what fascism is. I have no power. This channel can't be fascist. But you guys are. And your president is. And let's get back to, let me read some comments actually. I haven't checked for a while. Venezuelans are celebrating right now. Some Venezuelans are celebrating right now. And this is, again, shows what kind, like how you got the news. Like, only some Venezuelans are celebrating. Some are very upset. Kristen said red hats equal brown shirts. Chino Mac, thank you. Joseph said watch the Mountain MTN Lev Parnas. That might be MTG. The Parnas interview. Oh, Midas Touch. Parnas says this was an inside job. Russia, possibly also China, cooperated with the Maduro capture. There's no doubt. There's no doubt that Russia is okay with this, and China. I'm almost certain. There's some doubt. I take that back. I will not be surprised if that's the case, because this now allows Russia to say, okay, well, we get Ukraine then. Russia doesn't give a fuck about Venezuela, but this is their leverage now. DeVito Frito said Maduro and his gangs murdered thousands. New leadership over there will play ball. Congress, including Dems, also want this, but not the Dem base. Cuba next, fascism overused like racist and phobic. Listen, you don't get to talk about fascism overused while using the words communist, because none of these countries are communist. If you're communist, you don't have a government. You guys don't get to talk about overusing words. You don't know what any of them mean. Kim, I think...
Really quick.
Yeah.
Angry Saint. My Discord is Jen, Jenn, Dub, DUBB, the number 1. Add me as a friend, send me a message. That's how I'm not going to add you. He's not reading your comments. That's how it comes on. You're screaming in the comments. That's how you get on. You send me a message, add me as a friend, whatever it is on Discord, and that's how it goes.
There you go. Kristen said the Red Hats are begging you to stop talking. I wonder why. Moss Piker zapped my doggo, said quiet piggy. Marianne, thanks for the super chat. Amy Lynn said, if you want to be a mouthy bitch like me, pay for it. That's right. Julianne said, BNM equals Bolivarian National Militia. They back Maduro. That's right. I read about them last night. That's right. I was trying to remember where that came in. I don't remember what I was reading. I didn't know about them till last night. Electric Dad said, Reagan said it best, we're the government and we're here to help. Sky Fox said, do you think Maduro is going to get standards $1 million pardon? Or more like 5? Yeah. I wonder how much he's going to have to pay for a pardon from Trump. Deathstroke said, because he's playing populism, granted it was fake populism, because as soon as it comes to governing, he's a neocon, a.k.a. another warmonger. Yeah. I think I tweeted that out the other day, like different Republicans, same shit. This is just like George Bush, Dick Cheney Republicanism. You guys think this is new. This is just Donald Trump playing the hits. Go on here. Edward said, for Twitch, don't know. Thank you very much, Edward. Appreciate that. Damien said, win, lose, or tie, Niners till I die. Oh, don't remind me about that game. That was just sad to watch. It was just, Seahawks were so much better than the Niners. I can't even like find a spot, be like, well, we did have a chance. It was a mismatch all day long. All right. Let's go here. There's Graham, Jake Bro. All right, this is a good point, too. So part of the reason we sanction Maduro, allegedly, is because Maduro is said to have lost the 2024 election. What happened is you had the votes in. This is when there was like 85% of the votes in. Edmundo Gonzalez was obviously going to win, and then they kind of just like stopped, and then Maduro's like, actually, I won. So why wouldn't we put Edmundo Gonzalez in charge then? If Edmundo Gonzalez is the actual winner and we're here because we don't want them to, we want to protect democracy, shouldn't Edmundo Gonzalez be the leader? This is Jake Bro, who I've used a lot lately. I just found him breaking this down. Go follow Jake Bro on Twitter, on YouTube. It's BROE, Jake Bro. Does great stuff.
The next or new president of Venezuela, and it's this guy. Edmundo Gonzalez. He ran against Maduro, I think, in 2019, and he won by 40 percentage points, but Maduro refused.
We only care about human rights unless the dictator in charge isn't on our side. Facts. Proud atheist. Germany started running out of money, so they invaded other countries and propagandized the populace and convinced them they were actually doing well. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. It's exactly what Germany did. We're out of money. We're fucked. We're over-leveraged, and so we're just going to start a war.
Refused to accept the results, and he just stayed in power because he's a dictator. So this guy was the last democratically elected president of Venezuela. But there's also this option. This is Maria Corina Machado. She just won the Nobel Peace Prize for her work to weaken the Maduro regime. I think she was supposed to be on the ballots, and then she got barred, or maybe this guy was barred, and then she was the replacement on the ballot. She won, but once again, Maduro rigged the election and then said he won to stay in power.
Well, to be clear, I think you got that a little bit wrong. She was running in the primaries and she would have won. They actually didn't hold the vote. And the government said that she was taking foreign money and she was going to be barred from politics. I don't know what their evidence of that is. She was also barred in like the earlier 2000s for the same thing. She does seem to have very pro-America, very pro-capitalist tendencies. I would not be even remotely surprised if she was taking money from America and other countries, but that's actually what happened. She didn't lose the election. She wasn't allowed to be on the ticket.
Trump is at the moment not supporting either one of these people to be the next president of Venezuela. When asked directly, is Maria Machado going to be president, he said, I think it'd be very tough for her to be the next leader. She doesn't have the support or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect. This is a lie. Trump is saying Machado doesn't have the respect of the Venezuelan people. But that's a lie. Of course she has popular support. Machado doesn't have the respect of Donald Trump. Trump says the United States is going to run Venezuela after capturing Maduro. This is Trump saying we're going to run Venezuela until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Trump is not saying the word election. I don't think Trump actually wants there to be elections or democracy in Venezuela. He wants a pro-American strongman, a pro-American dictator to be in...
Stacey, I'll answer your question. You said Obama kills Osama bin Laden and Trump brings him in alive and y'all are still crying. One major difference between Osama bin Laden and Maduro is that Osama bin Laden attacked the United States. It's a pretty significant difference. He literally planned and executed 9/11. So it's pretty fucking different. I still don't. I haven't seen the evidence. I've read the indictment. Obviously, the evidence isn't out from the Southern District of New York. So I'm gonna, like a normal human being should do, which all of you should do too. If you weren't living inside Trump's asshole, you would admit that you also don't know what the evidence against Maduro is. You've just already decided that Maduro is guilty because Trump told you. I'm gonna wait to see the evidence to figure out exactly what they're accusing him of. There's parts of the. I guess I know what they're accusing him of, but I haven't seen the evidence. But nobody's accusing him of doing terrorist attacks on the United States. So I don't know. And again, our argument isn't really about Maduro. I don't really care that much that they took Maduro in custody. I would still, it's still an illegal act. Like Trump still can't do it the way that he did it. He should have got it done with Congress, and Congress should be talking right now of what we should do about that. But like that part, if they just went in, took him, and left, we wouldn't be like the whole show wouldn't be about this. This would have been a segment. We would have covered it for 20 minutes, and then I would have moved on to other things. But the reason that we're talking about it now is because Trump is saying we took Maduro and now we're doing regime change. So just to be clear, it's not the Maduro thing that bothers us. It's the regime change war that bothers us, or at least me. I can speak for me. That's what it was. I don't like regime change wars. Even though we got bin Laden, I still don't think we should have gone to Afghanistan. Obviously, we didn't catch bin Laden in Afghanistan. We found him in Pakistan. Even though I didn't mind that Saddam Hussein was captured. By the way, Saddam Hussein was captured and put on trial and hung by his own people. Right? Like, say what you want about the Bush administration. At least the Bush administration was like, take care of it yourself, Iraq. And Iraq did that. If we wanted to help Venezuela take action, if Venezuela was actually so anti-Maduro that we would just need to help him face charges, we could do that. But the argument that you guys want to have is whether or not Maduro was a good guy. And I get it. The reason you want to have that argument is because then you don't have to talk about regime change war. But I'm only upset really about the regime change war. The other stuff I'm used to. I'm used to Donald Trump overstepping. Like, he bombed Iran. We talked about it for a day. He wasn't allowed to do that either, and he just did it. But Whatever. We moved on. It's what he does. We're all used to that. That's not the part. It's just the only part that you guys want to talk about. And it's the only part that anybody on your side is talking about because they don't want to have the real conversation. It's the same reason so many cowards aren't willing to come up here and talk. It's because you know that that's not the real conversation. You know goddamn well that what we're actually upset about is regime change war, and you want to talk about how Trump saved Venezuela from a dictator. No, Mr. Suzuki, shut your bitch ass up. Abasan said, we only care about human rights unless the dictator... Oh, I got that one on our side. I got both those. Okay. We got about 40 minutes left, probably, maybe a little longer. If we run the dollar train, we'll knock out that goal in a hurry. And, hey, we can go over the goal, too, if we want to. Hey, Howdy said Trump should go be president of Venezuela and leave us alone. All in favor? Say aye. No, I think if America should bend over. What are you talking about? He wasn't attacking us. Bend over to who? Who are we going to bend over to? We weren't bending over to Venezuela. This is crazy. This is like just walking like you hate your neighbor. I really don't like my neighbor. He doesn't do good business deals with me. I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. And then going to court and be like, what'd you want me to do? Just bend over and let him fuck me in the ass? You're like, well, he wasn't. He wasn't trying to fuck you in the ass. He was just doing things you didn't like, and you beat the fuck out of him. But Venezuela was not a threat to us. They weren't hurting us. It's crazy. Unless you guys can tell me, unless there's something I don't know about. Please say that again. Pay me. Pay me and I'll say it again. Some people have OnlyFans for this. I say it because I have no impulse control. All right. Man, I'm losing my voice. I want to show you Lindsey Graham, actually, before the Iraq war. Now,
I'm sorry that the world
most Americans agree that we shouldn't have gone to Iraq. And this is... Let me get rid of this one. This is the point I'm making here as to why, like, you guys will all abandon this. All of the Republicans agreed that we should go to Iraq, all of them. And they all had the same rhetoric. And only now are that it was a mistake. But here was Lindsey Graham, a much younger looking Lindsey Graham, saying the exact same shit 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
I'm sorry that the world is screwed up as it is. I don't know what makes these guys tick, but they're cutting people's heads off. They're crucifying Christians. They're about to wipe out one of the most ancient people in the region, and they're coming after us next. So here's the good news. They're not 10 feet tall.
Yeah, preemptive. Guys, they're big and they're scary and they're anti-Christian. They're anti-American values. And if we don't murder them, they will murder us. Now we know they weren't coming after us at all. They were mad at Israel but they weren't coming after us. Can somebody explain to me the threat that Iraq posed to us?
With some will and perseverance and determination and smart foreign policy, both military and foreign assistance, we can beat these guys, but they will not give up.
All right. I want to show you this real quick, and then we'll get to the case against Maduro. But even members now, is the one? Even members of the opposition party are demanding that Maduro be released.
We are in downtown Caracas. A huge march stretched through the city today, full of people who support Nicolas Maduro, who support the government, but also many people who don't, who never supported Nicolas Maduro. But what unites all of them is that what happened, they find...
Tyler, Russia's not freaking out. Russia, it was likely knew this was happening, and they were okay with it because now they have leverage to say the United States is going to give up parts of Ukraine, and you guys are all going to be okay with that. Now you have no choice but to say, yeah, Russia, you can have parts of Ukraine because Monroe Doctrine.
Unacceptable. They simply cannot accept that America came. They bombed Caracas, their capital. They kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, and they thought...
Listen, but to be clear, I'm not showing this to say that there's like a majority of the people like Maduro. This guy's showing the crowd that shows both people who want him and don't want him. This isn't just a crowd of people who want Maduro to be released, but members that don't like Maduro are saying that he should be released. I understand that there are lots of people in Venezuela who are celebrating this. I agree with that. And I stated earlier, I still don't fucking care. I still don't think that we should do a regime change wars. It doesn't change anything for me. I'm just pointing out that what Republicans have said, and this is addressing their claim, Republicans said, and I think Donald Trump said 100% of Venezuelans agree with this. They clearly don't. 100% of Venezuelans clearly don't agree with this. Whatever the number is, maybe it's 90-10, maybe it's 80-20, maybe it's 70-30, maybe it's 60-40, maybe it's 50-50. You don't know, and I don't know. Let's not pretend that any of us know what that number is. There's no reason to speculate, but to say it's 100% is silly.
That they could dominate Venezuela. What people here want to show is that they remain unbroken, that bombs and guns and jets won't break them, and that if the United States returns with the threatened military operation, that these people, they will resist, that the women, the men, even the children, they say, will continue to resist, and they won't give up their homeland, they won't give up their minerals, their oil to Donald Trump.
Yeah, Tomb Bloom said, we did this in Libya and it cost American lives. Do they not care about that? Do they not care Americans are going to die if we occupy Venezuela? They haven't even thought of that. They're just, there's no like forward thinking from this group of people. None. Exactly what you're saying, Tom. Tomb Bloom, you're exactly right. This is how revolutions start. Whatever percentage these people are who are upset, there are people in another country who saw a foreign country come in and take somebody that they probably voted for. And now that foreign country is saying, we're in charge now and we control your oil. So yes, whatever percentage of these people are angry, some of them are going to be radicalized and some of them are going to try and get revenge on American citizens. And then what will happen? Because we have Pete Hegseth. Just think this through. Somebody's going to attack an American soldier. And then Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump are going to do their, I'm so fucking tough. If you hit me, I'll blow up your whole fucking country. Then we'll obliterate a bunch of innocent lives. And we'll have another Gaza Strip on our hands. We already know what happens. Still to this day, if you talk to Zionists, they're like, October 7th. It's like, yeah, they killed 2,000. You killed hundreds of thousands. Yeah, we know. Like, I'm against that. They were... Tony Tigers, they weren't killing us before. What do you mean they're going to think twice now? They weren't doing it before. This is the first time they've had to think about it. We created a situation now where people are going, and they don't care. People are willing to die for this. Yes, we would win that war. No, Venezuela can't beat us in a war. But we're going to sacrifice lives for this so that we can go steal their oil. That's all we're saying. I understand that you guys don't think about that. And I understand you don't care about that. I don't think you guys value American lives. I don't think you value Venezuelan lives. To you, these soldiers are just bodies willing to be sacrificed so that these oil barons can make billions. And that's what you're actually talking about. To the soldiers, to the disrespect out of some of you for our soldiers who were fired upon and wounded during this kidnapping. We put their lives at risk, and none of you can even fucking tell me what we got out of it. Don't tell me you're not willing to sacrifice Americans. You're sacrificing for Donald fucking Trump, for your own fucking egos, because you don't want to admit that Trump's wrong. So now you're justifying the attacks on American soldiers because Donald Trump said so. You are the anti-military. You are the ones who hate America today. You are the ones who don't support our troops today. You are the ones advocating that we now put our troops in harm's way for oil. That's you. And again, most of you will lie about this 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And I know that because we've seen polling when this is done every time. And by the way, you all sound exactly the same as we did in Iraq. Because Iraq was quick too. I don't know if it took like less than 3 weeks for us to get rid of Saddam Hussein. It was very quick. And then we were there for decades. And while we were there rebuilding the infrastructure and helping them refine oils, the people in Iraq who were pissed that liked Saddam Hussein attacked our soldiers. And so and then we attacked back and we killed a bunch of them. And so we lose soldiers and then we attack back and we radicalize more people. So all you're doing is you're exacerbating a problem that could have been fixed through negotiation. You are bloodthirsty. You are fake fucking Christians. You're not America first. You're just you're colonialists, and you follow a dipshit. I don't know why you guys have so much thirst for violence and blood and death, but you have just started another conflict where generations of people will be affected by this, not only in Venezuela, but in America. Innocent lives will be lost. Venezuela, you will now start to hear about like terror cells growing in the United States from Venezuelans. You're going to start hearing about Tren de Aragua now coming together, and they will perpetuate violence on Americans, and you guys will go, fuck those guys, let's get them back, let's do it for our brothers and sisters, America. And then you'll watch, and we'll go in and we'll send in like the military, and they'll capture these people and they'll murder them, and you guys will be like, fuck yeah, America. And none of you will remember back to this situation that we absolutely could have avoided if we didn't have Donald Trump as president, who decided that instead of diplomacy, we were going to use military action. And you keep calling, and you'll say now that I'm a delusional, and this is all going to happen, and none of you will remember this. You'll just keep playing team sports and jacking off to the idea of our military killing people, and you'll honor those veterans. You'll be like, these brave men and women who sacrificed for us. They're not sacrificing for us. Here's the truth. Nobody died in Afghanistan and Iraq for us. They died for oil companies. They died for money. They went there to fight for us. I'm not denigrating their service or their decision to serve or what they were told they were going there to do, because they believed that there was an existential threat against the United States, and they bravely stood up and they answered that call, and they went and they put their life on the line. But they got lied to. Government lied to them. I live in Arizona, where Pat Tillman is a hero. Pat Tillman gave up everything. He gave up his NFL career and his own life to go fight a war that never should have started in the first place. He is on record while he was there, and his brother, saying, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. This is a lie. And then he was killed, and our government lied to his family about that. And they said that the enemies killed him. And there was weeks of coverage on Pat Tillman, on what a hero he was, fighting the enemy, went down in a firefight. Now he got killed by friendly fire. They lied. Our own people killed him because we couldn't figure out logistics, apparently, and they thought that Pat Tillman was the enemy. And they lied to his family, and it took over a year for his family to ever get the truth. Go watch his funeral. Go watch what his brother says about him. Go watch what his family says about him. People like Pat Tillman should not be sacrificed. People who are willing to say, like, I will sacrifice my life for this country should definitely be more protected than we're protecting them. He didn't stop the drug cartels, Jerry Garcia. He didn't. We will still see drugs from Venezuela. I would never join the army again with this administration. I would not sacrifice my life for this administration or the Biden administration or the Obama administration or the Bush administration. I'm 40 years old, and my government has done nothing but sacrifice American lives for oil and money. It's what they do. Trump told these oil barons, give me $1 billion, I'll cut your taxes, and you'll be richer than you've ever been. And here we are. Now they get to go get oil from Venezuela. Stop complaining and live somewhere else? No. I don't want to live somewhere else. I want to live here. Be tougher. Come up with better arguments. You guys are such bitches. If you don't like what our guy is doing, we love him so much. If you don't like him, you can leave. You leave. If you left, if all you motherfuckers left, we'd stop going to war. We wouldn't have went to Iraq. We wouldn't have went to Afghanistan. We wouldn't have 100, 1,000, I don't know how many, probably tens of thousands of dead soldiers. I want less of you. You guys fucking leave. Go start over. Go live on a fucking island. There's more of me than there is of you. Not everybody just fillets Donald Trump all day, every day, and sacrifices the lives of our soldiers. Well, because Trump said Maduro's bad, so it's fine. We'll just sacrifice some lives. Thanks, Notorious Vic. Appreciate that. Amy Lynn said he's on the list more than anyone. Facts. On facts. Yeah, I think that's what I was responding to. Kelly, is he gone yet? He's not gone yet. Tony said, tell all the neo-Nazis to get, I said, get fucked, cunts. Fucking bootlickers, man. There's nothing more pathetic than someone like, we should definitely keep fighting these wars. You bootlicking dummies, just go read a fucking book, man. Go watch a documentary. Do something. Fucking learn from history. For once in your goddamn lives, learn from fucking history. I'm so fucking tired of conservatives just like living their entire lives dumb. Oh, this is new. We've never seen this before. This time we really are going to get the bad guy, and we're totally not going to stay for decades and sacrifice American lives. This time's different. 10 years later, I didn't support that, but this time's different. 10 years later, I didn't support that, but this time's different. Jesus Christ, you guys fall for the same scam every time. This is what I do with my daughter. She's 6, and she plays prank, like we play hide and seek. I know exactly where she is because she hides so goddamn loud. And I go and I walk around the kitchen and pretend and then walk in the bedroom like, oh, where is she? I know exactly where she is. But she's 6. You guys are adults. You guys should learn from this. We shouldn't have to treat you like fucking toddlers. It shouldn't be so fucking hard to convince you that our government goes into wars we shouldn't be in always. Fucking always. I don't know why that's hard to convince you. Donald Trump ran on this shit. So what? Was Donald Trump wrong in 2016? Because you guys are arguing with me, but you voted for him in 2016. So what changed? Well, what changed is Donald Trump has lost his goddamn mind, and he's just listening to the neocons now. Did somebody ask me, am I smarter than all of look, if you don't think this is a regime change war, then yeah, I'm smarter than you. Because Donald Trump said it was a regime change war. The guy that's running this said it's a regime change war. You guys don't even know who to argue with. I'm saying what he's saying. You're mad at me. I've only played Republicans today. I haven't played a single clip from a Democrat today. It has just been Republicans' own words. And I play a clip of them saying we're doing regime change war, and you're like, we're not doing regime change war. Okay, here's another clip of them saying we're doing regime change war. They're not doing regime change war. Here's another clip. They're not doing it. Yeah, that's what they're doing. All right, let's get into these charges. All right, so the charges for Southern District of New York for Maduro. He is being charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns, weapons conspiracy, and it alleges a decade-long scheme to flood the U.S. with cocaine while partnering with terrorist groups. Why is he not, MAGA, why is he not being charged with fentanyl charges? Why not? You guys have been telling me these were fentanyl. It was fentanyl. How come he's not being charged with trafficking fentanyl? Imagine being a liberal. Yeah, dude, we can read. It's fucking crazy. We fact check stuff. Dustin, one more time for you because you might be here. Fuck Maduro. Fuck Maduro. He's an evil dictator and nobody's defending him. You can criticize Maduro and Trump at the same time unless you have 4 fucking brain cells and you can't do 2 things at once. But for the millionth fucking time, nobody is supporting Maduro. We're just pointing out that Trump is going back to failed policy. But why? Where's the fentanyl charges? Where are they? Sounds like you are with all that bass in your voice. Hey, well, I think maybe you're fucking stupid. I think that's the problem. I was thinking that he was supporting Maduro because he used bass in his voice. I didn't listen to the words. I listened to the tone of his voice, and I made my assessment based on that. Yeah, so he wasn't trafficking fentanyl, right? So he wasn't killing Americans, right? But we're going to run that anyways. Got it. Let's talk about just the economy of Venezuela, then we'll get out of here. When I told you guys earlier that their economy was crashed by us and not just Maduro and not just Chavez, and again, Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro took money and kept it for themselves and their friends. They claimed that they were communist or socialist, and then they lived as capitalists. They just stole the money. They are bad. They were bad leaders. They stole money. They didn't take care of their people. They're bad, 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 bad. Are we clear on that? All right. Now that that's clear, and it's not going to be clear, let's talk about what happened. So Hugo Chavez, who was Maduro was his vice president, when they nationalized the oil, one of the ways that they tried to get oil out to other countries and develop relationships is they created something called oil for debt swaps. So they went to smaller countries like Cuba, and they said, look, we understand you don't have the capital right now to buy oil from us, but we need to sell our oil. So we will send you oil, and you will pay us back with 1% to 2% interest. And so they had all these oil for debt swaps, and that's how they were starting to build their country. And America saw that, and they said, ooh, we don't like that. It was a program called Petrocaribe. And that's where the state oil company, PDVSA, would give discounted oil to the allied nations and in exchange for partial payments in cash. And then again, they would collect interest. Now, some of these nations had no cash, and they weren't going to be able to pay. So Venezuela was doing like a barter system. They would trade for services, or they would trade for like rice or beans and other goods that those people exported. But the United States saw that as Venezuela trying to subvert the United States' dominance with oil. And so the United States immediately started slapping sanctions on them. And that's through Bush, that's through Obama, that's through Trump's first term, that's from Biden's first term. We had sanctions on them, but the sanctions weren't like super harsh. They were still able to create this bartering system, and they were able to kind of pay their debts, but they were struggling. Then, as Venezuela was struggling, they got behind on their bills, largely because a lot of these countries defaulted. You had the economic crash in 2012. You had a bunch of problems in 2014, and these people were defaulting on their debts. And so then you started to see like inflation. You started to see Venezuela take on more debt. As recently as this last year, Venezuela was still trying to collect on those loans. And then Trump came around. And in January 2017, the United States of America froze sanctioned PDVSA, which is the state-run oil company, and froze $7 billion. They also blocked their own payments for crude exports to the U.S. Then the Venezuelan's market crashed. Again, going back to those 8 million people that Republicans keep talking about being displaced from Venezuela, that happened after January 2019, when Donald Trump sanctioned PDVSA, froze $7 billion in assets, and then blocked payments for crude exports to the U.S. We didn't pay our bills, and we blocked their payments, and then we sanctioned every country who wanted to do business with them. Trump chose to crash their markets on purpose. Remember, for the numbers. Now, you guys can say Trump should have done that or shouldn't have done that, but the fact is that it did happen. 90% of their exports are oil. We, at the time, were purchasing 50% of their exports. So overnight, 50% of their economy, more than 50%, a little less than 50%, was ripped away from them. And then we threatened everybody that they could not buy oil from Venezuela. And their entire economy crashed because their economy revolves around oil. Why did we do that, Republicans? I know you're upset with me. Why did we sanction them? We know we can pull up I think Trump's order. No, socialism didn't do sanctions, dipshit. See, they don't know. They don't want to engage in this. MAGA never wants to engage in this. I'm giving you actual facts, and you're like, no, it was actually socialism. Why'd we sanction them? Because we wanted Maduro to step down. Right? And the point was, and you can, if you go and read or just go watch Trump, this was under Bolton. What they said is they wanted to cripple Maduro's funding by cutting off the main source of currency. And what they thought was going to happen is that Maduro would then step down. But Maduro didn't step down. And so we just destroyed their economy. So much so that on Trump's way out of office, he signed an executive order admitting to this. I think it's this one. Let's see. It's the newest one. Where is it? And here it is. On Trump's way out, he signed a memorandum on deferred enforcement departure for certain Venezuelans. And he says the autocratic government of Maduro has consistently violated the sovereign freedoms possessed by the Venezuelan people. Through force and fraud, the Maduro regime is responsible for the worst humanitarian crisis in the Western Hemisphere in recent memory. Now, again, this humanitarian crisis that they're talking about was the 8 million people who left Venezuela because their country was decimated. What caused that humanitarian crisis? The sanctions that the United States put on Venezuela. That's what. That's why their economy, that's why we had people here. So he said this, and he even admits it right here. This administration has imposed sanctions against Maduro and his regime, and I have recognized the president of Venezuelan National Assembly, Juan Guaido, as the interim president of the country. The deteriorative condition within Venezuela, which presents an ongoing national security threat to the safety and well-being of the American people, warrants the deferral of the removal of Venezuelan nationals who are present in the United States. All these Venezuelans that showed up, it's because of the sanctions. We crashed their economy. We thought Maduro was going to give up more quickly, and he didn't. So just so we're clear, you can do whatever you want, Republicans. You can spin this however you want, and you might be right. Maybe Maduro should have stepped down. Probably should have. Obviously, for the good of his country, he probably should have stepped down. But why did we sanction him? Now I want to know, why did we sanction him? Is it because he doesn't accept the results of elections? Is that why? Because now we've got another problem because, Netanyahu suspended their elections. Vladimir Putin doesn't respect elections. The Saudis don't have free elections. We don't have any problem with those people. So why Maduro? Why only Maduro? Notice nothing in here about drugs. You know when we first started talking about using drugs as a reason to go into Venezuela? Project 2025 wrote that idea. You notice Trump didn't talk about that in his first presidency. They were trafficking drugs then. He didn't write executive orders about that then. But then, Zelensky won his election. What are you talking about? Zelensky won his election in Ukraine. The only people who think Zelensky cheated in that election is literally Russia, who tried to steal that election with their candidate. Or yeah, that's what. So you're just repeating Russian propaganda here? Yeah, no, Zelensky won his election. Nope, nobody's saying we're good with drugs being trafficked. I'm saying that they're lying to you about their justification for taking out Maduro. If you want to stop drugs from coming into this country, address the drug crisis in this country. We don't have a drug problem because people send drugs here. We have a drug problem because we demand that people send drugs here. And we demand that people send drugs here because we don't take care of people in this country. We have a terrible fucking healthcare system. And when people get hooked on opiates, We don't charge the pharmaceutical companies. We just let people lose their jobs, and then they lose their insurance, and then they live on the streets, and then they need access to those same opiates or drugs, and so they have to find the closest thing, and so they go and they purchase drugs illegally. If anybody was fucking serious about fixing the drug problem in this country, we would start in this country. Like if somebody showed up at my door right now with 50 pounds of fentanyl or cocaine or heroin, I wouldn't do it. It wouldn't affect me. Like, it's not like it's handed to you. None of you just had it like in front of you, like, oh, I'm going to do that now. Republicanism before anything is just never taking accountability for any action. It's always, and this is fascist too, like it's always blame somebody else. We have a problem with drugs in this country. Whose fault is that? Well, it can't be ours. It must be their fault. If we were serious about addressing drugs, it wouldn't be the traffickers that we'd be going after. It would be trying to fix the amount of people addicted to drugs in this country. And you guys are literally saying, typical Democrats, thank you. Thank you. One, I'm not a Democrat, but yeah, that's a left-leaning view. A left-leaning view is that we should fix the problems within, because that's the core of the problem. And the right, their view is always, nothing's our fault. Everybody else is the bad guy, especially if those bad guys are brown. People that speak different languages, that have brown skin, those are definitely the bad guys. That's the difference between me and you. You guys blame all your problems on everybody else. We're trying to address real problems here. I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about drugs from Republicans ever. You guys, since it's in my entire life, you've been fucking up the war on drugs. You fuck up every fucking motherfucking time. Ronald Reagan didn't know what the fuck he was doing. You had the crime bill, which, again, supported by moderate Democrats. And by the way, moderate Democrats are supporting what you guys do here now. History is not on your side. Anytime Republicans and moderate Democrats are on the same side regarding foreign policy, they're always fucking wrong. You guys have been wrong about that. The reason that our country has this drug problem and other countries don't is because they address the root and we don't. Because we're so fucking arrogant in this country that we're like, oh, it couldn't be us. It's everybody else. Americans are perfect, and the only time we're not perfect is when immigrants come in here. You can go look. I think it was Norway. Might have been. I think it was Norway. Could have been Denmark. One of them. They had a real problem with I want to say heroin. And what they did is they didn't go after the traffickers. They took all these people that had drug problems, and they brought them in, and they gave them food, and they gave them shelter, and they gave them education, and they didn't tie a criminal record to them that meant they could never get a job again. And these people came in, and they were shown that they still have value, that they weren't just scum. And they almost completely killed their drug problem. It went away. Was it Norway? Thank you. It just went away. Why? Because killing the trafficker doesn't do anything. Another trafficker will take their place. Why will another trafficker take their place? Because there's no economic mobility where they're at. Why is there no economic mobility where they're at? You guys like to blame socialism and communism, but the reality is if you can tie it directly to sanctions from the United States. If we want these people to stop trafficking drugs, then perhaps we might help them in their country so that they aren't so poor. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do any of that shit. We're going to go in there and we're going to steal their resources. These people in Venezuela are still going to be poor. And as soon as we leave and we take we're out of there, it'll collapse again. There will be another group that steps up and is like, hey, we don't ever want to have colonizers like America in here again. They came in here. They don't care about us. They took all our resources and they bounced. And it'll be some socialist or some communist. And then they'll rise to power, and then the U.S. will go, oh, I don't like the socialism or the communism because they don't like capitalism. They won't let us come in and steal their resources. And so then they will sanction those people in Venezuela, and they will start calling them evil, and they'll talk about the rise of communism, and they will decimate that economy again because it's what we do. If anybody's a fucking socialist or communist, we go into their country and we fuck them up. And we ruin their economy, and then we go, socialism never works. It's fucking hard to make socialism work if the United States is constantly coming in and decimating you. That's why socialism works in Europe. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that in Europe it seems to work really well? Why? Because we don't go in there and decapitate their leadership. Because we have alliances with them. We don't go in there. So when we leave socialism alone, what do they all do, by the way? Every one of those countries, what do they all do? They don't create a socialist country. They have a mixed economy. Every fucking one of them has a mixed economy. Venezuela was a mixed economy. Why do we say socialist and communist when we're talking about Venezuela? Because they nationalized their oil. They took something on their country and they said, United States, you can't have that. And Donald Trump, the pouting toddler, and you bitch-ass Republican pouting toddlers went, but we want it, and it's good because capitalism's good. We got to have it. All the things are ours. And now we're over there. But just how about China? China's a world power doing communism and socialism. Do they do communism and socialism? No. They do a mix between socialism and capitalism. They have a hybrid economy. Russia, do they do communism or socialism? It's a hybrid economy. Why don't we fuck with them? Because we can't. So who do we fuck with? Poor countries. People that don't have a military. People that we know we can go in and decimate in a day. Again, we're locusts. That's what capitalism is. And if you think I'm wrong, what's the goal of capitalism? Make all the money. Get as much money as you can. What happens in capitalism when you run out of money? You go find it somewhere else. Where are we finding that money? Venezuela now. It's just what we do. Listen, it's crazy to watch I'm educating Republicans. They're like, you're crying. I'm just giving you history. This isn't even crying. This is just legitimate history. All right. By the way, 2019, going back to the sanctions on Venezuela, if that sounds familiar, might I introduce you to a UNSC Resolution 661 from August 6, 1990. What did we do? We found a communist dictator. And we didn't like that communist dictator. So we prohibited that communist dictator from exporting oil or commodities. And we said that communist dictator needed to step down. And if that communist dictator didn't step down, we would come in there with the military. Who was that? That was Saddam Hussein. Isn't that exactly? That's exactly what we did in Venezuela. For all of you saying like it's not the same, do you forget about Desert Storm? We can talk about the war in Iraq with the weapons of mass destruction, but did you forget about Desert Storm? Did you forget about that quick little conflict that we went over for? Because Saddam Hussein was a communist. That's what they said. They just said he was a communist. So we went over there and we didn't let them, we decimated their country. We destroyed them. And so at the end of the Iraq war, or actually, I guess once Saddam Hussein was captured, the people of Iraq went after Saddam Hussein. They're like, he fucked us. Like, we were doing great, and then Saddam Hussein wouldn't listen to the United States, and our country was decimated. Yeah, why? Because the United States slapped sanctions on Iraq, who could not survive without selling oil, and we didn't let them sell oil, and their economy collapsed, and we spend hundreds of millions of dollars infiltrating Iraq and building up these opposition groups, just like we do in Venezuela, and we prop them up, and we help them do propaganda. And so when Venezuela is struggling, all the people of Venezuela that are mad at Maduro are like, this is Maduro's fault. Sort of, but it's Maduro's fault, one, because he steals, but two, because he wouldn't be the bitch to the United States. And MAGA Republicans are like, everybody should be our bitch. That's just how the world should be. Cameron, you're about the 8,000th person here to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and you're the 8,000th person with no balls to come up and explain to me what I'm getting wrong. You guys stop being little bitches in the chat. Tell me what I'm getting wrong, or shut the fuck up. But what you can't do is argue against any of this. All right, in Venezuela then, after 2019, even during the Biden administration, we added secondary sanctions. We decided who they could send oil to. They were relaxed a little bit during the Biden administration. They had to send back some people that they had held captive, and they were supposed to show good faith towards like free and fair elections, which they were making progress until 2024, and then the Biden administration slapped sanctions back on them. But again, Biden was also wrong. Biden was also wrong for doing that. There's no like forward thinking with these people. What happens when we sanction them? Their economy collapses. Where do those people go? They go here. And then we're like, oh, I can't believe there's people at the border. Listen to this. If Iraq and Venezuela aren't the same. Oil accounts for roughly, like we said, 95% of Venezuela's export earnings. Want to guess what percent of export earnings Iraq's economy was dependent on? 95%. It's the exact same thing. It's literally the same number. In Venezuela, we gave them there were exceptions of people who could get oil and sell oil in Venezuela. We had Chevron from here, Repsol from Spain, Eni from Italy, Marl and Prom from France, Reliance Industries from India. They all got special licenses to work with the Venezuelan oil companies under Joe Biden. So even Joe Biden's like, hey, you guys can sell oil, but only if we get a piece of it. And then Italy and France and Spain are like, we need a piece of your oil too. What did we do in Iraq? They were smuggling their oil to Jordan, Turkey, and Syria. And so what did we do? We went after Jordan and Turkey, and we threatened Jordan and Turkey. Stop buying Iraq's oil. We're trying to decimate their economy. We're trying to make the people of Iraq, just like we were in Venezuela, we're going to try and starve these people so that they get rid of the leader that we don't like. We don't want that leader there anymore, so we're just going to starve all of these people. Very Christian of you, just like Jesus said. If you don't get, I think it's John 4:16, if you don't get your way, starve poor people until you get your way. UNSC Resolution 986 in 1995 to address the humanitarian crisis that we caused created something called the Oil for Food Program, which allowed oil exports initially $1 billion, then after 90 days, $5.7 billion per 180 days. And then the proceeds were escrowed by the UN in a New York account approved for food, medicine, and essentials. That's what we're saying we're going to do now. That slowly, what we're going to do is we're going to start allowing Venezuela to sell oil, and we're going to control that money. It's going to be put in escrow, and the only thing that money will be used for is food, medicine, and essentials. Who else have we done this to? Iran. Remember when you guys accused Obama of giving money to Iran, but it was just really their money? It was just money that like we had held in escrow and that they could get it back if they were following the Iranian nuclear agreement. So we did it to Iran, we did it to Iraq, and we're doing it to Venezuela. But no, though, this is totally different. This is way different than those other times because what? Did Iran have a dictator? Yeah. Did Iraq? Yep. Does Venezuela? Yep. Were they all bad leaders? Yep. Did they all steal from their people? Yep. Did they all hurt people in their country? Yep. Were we wrong on those other two? Yes. And everybody admits it now. But somehow this one's different, right? There's a 2020 report by Washington think tank. It's WOLA. Heavily critical of Maduro. But they also don't like sanctions. They estimated that U.S. sanctions caused the Venezuelan state about $31 billion in oil revenue. How do you think Venezuela would be doing if we didn't cost them $31 billion with sanctions? Do you think that they would be in the situation that they're at now? Do you think 8 million people would have fled Venezuela if that $31 billion in revenue? Those are U.S. dollars, by the way. If they were able to keep that? No. Listen, I'll say it again. The people in Venezuela don't know what they're getting into. I think that I am far more educated on the actions of the United States than the people of Venezuela. When we invaded Iraq, Fox News, George Bush, it was nonstop videos of people celebrating in Iraq that Saddam Hussein was dead. And how did that work out for them? Not good. They were wrong. They celebrated. Fox News used that. Call me crazy. I have this sneaking suspicion that the people of Venezuela aren't well versed on how the United States uses sanctions and what we do after we invade and topple a dictatorship. I just don't think they know that. And I don't think any of you know that either, which is why I'm educating you. John Bolton in 2019, who was the National Security Advisor, publicly projected that the oil sanctions would cost Venezuela $11 billion in just 2019. So let's just say that that number is not going up. That's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's $66 billion that they didn't get. So now we're to nearly $100 billion of revenue that they didn't get simply because of us. So you have to separate this $100 billion from what Maduro did. Maduro did bad things, and Maduro should be held accountable for the bad things that he did. But this $100 billion was us. The $100 billion that has been taken out of their economy, that was us. We did that. You guys mad today? You mad? Keep the insults coming. I promise you can't say anything to me that I haven't heard every single day. It's funny I can tell when it's landing. I can tell when it's working, because when it's working and I'm giving you real facts, that's when the whole chat is just insults at me. That's it. That's when we know. I understand. These are numbers. Numbers are hard. We're past the 10. You're out of fingers. You're probably getting confused now. Billion, that's a lot of numbers. I get it. Don't go at my hat collection, Bowsy. How dare you? Then March 2020, under the Trump administration, Department of Justice charges Maduro for the first time with narco-terrorism. They also charged him with cocaine trafficking offenses. Once again, not fentanyl. And they set a reward of $15 million. Now, I saw a dipshit, bloated, piss your pants, older millennial say, "Oh, why is it a problem if we put a bounty on his head, but now when Trump goes and gets him, suddenly it's a problem?" Because it was for information. It wasn't a bounty. That's why. But dipshit, piss my pants, bloated, dumb fuck, older millennial just goes out and makes videos. And then like hundreds of thousands of people see it and believe it. And I've seen multiple right-wing accounts say the same thing. But it was for information. And it specifically was stated that you can't just go bring him to us. You can't kidnap him and bring him to us. It's not for killing him. We just need information. We'll find out. I don't know if anybody gave information that led to this. If they did, it could be up to $50 million. So, let's go. I talked about the Biden administration. I skipped that. Just get down to 2023. So we eased oil, gas, and gold sanctions in exchange for the 2024 elections being free and fair, which Maduro lost and then cheated, and then we slapped those sanctions back on him. So you can blame Joe Biden for that one. Is there anything else I need to add in here? The only thing I would add is that when we dropped those sanctions for a while, you saw oil exports rising in Venezuela, and you saw the flow of immigrants stabilize. Like, people were leaving Venezuela at much lower numbers because they saw that Maduro was in compliance with the United States, and so we were allowing more oil exports. We had to be the middleman, because why the fuck not? We're just the middleman. Look at him. I'm not making it. You guys can just Google this. If I'm making it up, so one of you come up here and explain it to me. Let's see. Dave said, "You say socialism doesn't work with U.S. sanction, then show me any sanctioning issued on the European communist countries, not Russia, the smaller ones like Poland or Czechoslovakia or Romania." What? We're not sanctioning their exports. I'm not sure what that question is, Dave. We're not doing that. We're not cutting off 95% of their exports. So I'm not sure what that question is. Maybe if you want to explain it, I'm not sure. Amy said, "Ice Big Bad Hilton hotels will not rent to them. I'm now a fan of Hilton." Hey, shout out Hilton. Forensic accountant said they thought the notion of a crackhead was hilarious. They stopped laughing when fentanyl showed up. All right. Amy said, "Oh, remind them who and when Venezuelans got a free pass to come to the U.S. Whose executive order?" That was Trump's executive order. MX said these MAGAs are just as the liberals they rant about. Yeah. Uneducated. Yeah. You MAGAs are so cute when you're triggered, says Kristen. Casca says, "Every time we give facts, all they say is Trump is GOAT, Trump is best, Trump 2028. They only have talking points in their head, no logic, no independent thought, sheep to the slaughter." Look, these are the bots. I honestly don't think this is going to be very popular for Trump, and I'm very concerned that there's going to be pushback and that Trump is going to go full authoritarian. And the folks that are here will support it. But you'll notice that like MAGA gets hysterical all the time, but there is a real void of any MAGA person here who has any understanding of what's going on. Usually there's like some Republicans in here who understand what's going on. We're void of that today. I think MAGA is kind of abandoning ship, or at least staying quiet. Corvette Girl said, how many of these MAGA supporting this are ready to put on a uniform and go fight? Not many, I'm sure. I wouldn't if I were you. Tomb Bloom said, I worked with Iraqi refugees in undergrad. They do not regret Saddam being overthrown necessarily, but they regret U.S. intervention. That's the fucking point. Thank you, Tomb Bloom. That's the point. And MAGA, if you could just step outside of your shoes, you could lose the anger for a second. Again, this is not about Maduro. It's about what we do to other countries. And by the way, it just costs us trillions of dollars. Not only did we get nothing out of Iraq, we have a bunch of debt. Why didn't these oil companies have to pay that back? Why did we go in and pave the way for them to do all this, to refine all this oil, and all these construction companies like Halliburton who went in and rebuilt the infrastructure? Why didn't we tax them? They just get all that revenue, and we just eat the debt. This is more debt being added. You guys you hated giving aid to poor people who were starving to death, who were dying of disease through USAID. And you guys were happy to abandon that and go, got to take care of yourself. But suddenly, it's very important that we take care of these Venezuelans, right? And we're not even taking care of them. We're just spending a bunch of money using the military, and then we're going to take all this money that we spent, get no return on investment. Oil companies are going to go in and make a fortune, and you're not going to get anything. So you just paid for oil companies to get richer. And you're just so fucking team sport that you're like, well, we do it because Maduro's bad. Yeah, you just did it. There you go again. There it is. Dems are pissing and crapping, saying the oil. We took an asshole out and they're dancing in the streets. Yep, that's the point. We've done this before, Mad Rush. We've watched this happen a million times. We take out a bad guy, people get happy about it, and then they forget to pay attention to the fact that we're all paying for this and getting absolutely no fucking benefit. Yeah, that's what we're pointing out. It's called reflection. It's called learning from past failures. But MAGA's like, today's a new day. Today's different. Tomorrow doesn't exist. All I have is right now. People dancing, happy, yay. How did I get the mind virus too? I can read. Literacy is a real motherfucker for Donald Trump. People that can read and remember history, they don't generally like Donald Trump. Where are we at? 140? Fuck. Running out of time, but I'll push through this quick. This is Reuters. Just a look back at how fear and false beliefs bolstered U.S. public support for the war in Iraq. This is where we'll end. The war in Iraq began March 19th, 2003, with an overwhelming show of American military might described by the unforgettable phrase, shock and awe. Trump was literally repeating this, by the way, in the lead up to going to Venezuela. Literally, he did it with Iran. He did it here. He's repeating the catchphrases from Iraq. Within weeks, the United States achieved the primary objective of Operation Iraqi Freedom, as the military operation was called, ousting the regime of dictator Saddam Hussein. Yeah, bad Saddam Hussein. Great. Yet the military campaign that began so auspiciously, we were just going in there to get Saddam Hussein, did it in 3 weeks. We'll be in and out. Right? That's what you guys are saying? It ended up deeply dividing Americans and alienating key U.S. allies. As Americans looked back on the war 4 years ago, 62% said it was not worth fighting. Majorities of military veterans, including those who served in Iraq or Afghanistan, came to the same conclusion. The administration's success in these efforts was the result of several factors, not least of which was the climate of public opinion at the time. Still reeling from the horrors of September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, Americans were extraordinarily accepting of the possible use of military force as part of what Bush called the global war on terror. Narco-terrorists. They're coming after us. We got to get them before they can get you. Saddam Hussein wasn't coming after us. Either was Maduro. By early 2002, with U.S. troops already fighting in Afghanistan, large majorities of Americans favored the use of military force in Iraq to oust Hussein from power and to destroy terrorist groups in Somalia and Sudan. This is you, MAGA. You are the large majority right now. I am the minority. This audience is the minority. Most Americans are okay with this. Some of us have read history. to use the military to oust Hussein from power and destroy terrorist groups in Somalia and Sudan. Oh, wait, there were other countries involved too? Oh, let's go to Cuba. Let's go to Colombia. We got to get those terrorists too. These attitudes represented a strong endorsement of the prospective use of force compared with other military missions in the post-Cold War era, Pew Research Center noted at the time. Bush and senior members of his administration then spent more than a year outlining the dangers that they claimed Iraq posed to the United States and its allies. Now, I've asked you guys what threat Venezuela posed to us, and so far you guys have come up with, we buy their drugs. Two of the administration's arguments proved especially powerful given the public's move. First, that Hussein's regime possessed weapons of mass destruction. Donald Trump never said weapons of mass destruction until like a month ago, and then he started calling cocaine a weapon of mass destruction. In Iraq, it was a shorthand for nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons. Here, it's just a party drug. And second, that it supported terrorism and had close ties to terrorist groups, including Al-Qaeda, which had attacked the U.S. on 9/11. What did we hear Rubio say today? Was it Rubio? Or was it Lindsey Graham? Oh, they're working with Hezbollah. Their close ties to China and to Russia are enemies. They have weapons of mass destruction and they're friends with our enemies. Yep. Exact same argument you're using today. As numerous investigations by independent and governmental commissions subsequently found, there was no factual basis for either of those assertions. 2 decades later, debate continues about whether the administration was the victim of flawed intelligence or whether Bush and his senior advisors deliberately misled the public about its WMD capabilities in particular. Either way, they're wrong, right? I think that they did it on purpose. In the months leading up to the war, sizable majorities of Americans believed that Iraq either possessed WMDs or was close to obtaining them. Before we went to Venezuela, every one of you, and some of you still, think that Venezuela was trafficking fentanyl to us. Donald Trump lied about this. We know for a fact that he lied about it. We have the data on this. His own administration doesn't say this, but Donald Trump, even today, after this, is still saying fentanyl. So how's that different? They lied about mass destruction. Let's see, sizable majorities believed that Iraq either possessed WMDs or was close to obtaining them, that Iraq was closely tied to terrorism, like you guys believe about Venezuela, and even that Hussein himself had a role in the 9/11 attacks. Oh, that Maduro is actually leading these narco-terrorists. 2 decades after the war began, a review of Pew Research surveys on the war in Iraq show that support for U.S. military action was built, at least in part, on a foundation of falsehoods, which is where you guys are at now. You have believed lies that led us to do this attack in Venezuela. They lied. They consistently lied. One of the drug bolts now that they say was trafficking fentanyl, they've now had the drugs wash up on shore, and it was weed. It was weed. They were wrong. Are we killing people for weed now? Iraq was, in his State of the Union address, Bush began making the case for why the United States needed to use military force to remove Saddam from power. He said, Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. Donald Trump, they were dancing. They showed, there was a video of him dancing. This chat today, he said, come and get it. Same thing, right? The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade. Oh, they're going to poison us. I never said they were fishermen, Patrick. You're lying. Don't lie. Patrick, you've been here enough times. Patrick, you got to correct that lie. I've been very kind to you. You have to correct that lie. I never said that. Don't lie about me, Patrick. These other people can lie. They're new here. You're not new here. You know I never fucking said that. If Patrick doesn't apologize, somebody mute him for the rest of the day. Even before his speech, Americans were inclined to believe the worst about Hussein's regime. In a survey conducted a few weeks prior to the State of the Union, 73% of Americans supported a military action in Iraq. Just 16% were opposed. Hi. Welcome to the 16%. More than half said the U.S. should take action against Iraq, even if it meant U.S. forces might suffer thousands of casualties. At that point, more than a year before the United States went to war, Americans overwhelmingly embraced several possible rationales for military action. 83% said that if the U.S. learned Iraq had aided 9/11 terrorists, that would be a very important reason to use military force in Iraq. Ironically, we never went after Saudi Arabia, who definitely helped and aided the 9/11 terrorists. Why didn't we ever go after the Saudis? Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. What did it say here? Nearly as many said the same if it was shown that Iraq was developing weapons of mass destruction or harboring other terrorists. We bombed Iran despite Iran not having nuclear weapons. We bombed and said they harbored terrorists. Now we're making the claim about Venezuela. They're harboring terrorists. August 2002, Vice President Dick Cheney was unequivocal in asserting, simply stated, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction. There is no doubt he is amassing them to use against our friends, against our allies, and against us. This is where like just speaking definitively works for dipshit Republicans who don't fucking read anything. It's what you guys have all said today. You all keep saying stuff that you've heard. You had people saying, oh, they killed 300,000 people. You say things definitively without evidence. And that's why Dick Cheney was masterful here. He knew that speaking to his audience, that they would trust him as the vice president and say it's unequivocal. Turns out it wasn't unequivocal. Turns out they didn't have them. And if they did have them, we have never found them. We're just out here bootlicking for these motherfuckers. On other occasions, Bush and his advisors suggested that even if there was no definitive proof that Iraq possessed a weapon of mass destruction, it was too risky not to act. What if they do get one? We've got to kill them. That's you guys. Well, maybe Venezuela is not a problem now, but they will be. The problem here is that there will always be some uncertainty about how quickly he can acquire nuclear weapons, said Condoleezza Rice. But we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. Preemptive action. We never had them. Such warnings resonated strongly with Americans. Most believe that Hussein either already possessed them or was close to obtaining them. In October 2002, 65% of the public said Hussein was close to having nuclear weapons, while another 14% volunteered that he already possessed them. Just 11% said he was not close to developing such weapons. You guys are the 65% who are believing the government when the government is clearly lying to you. There was 11. Look, this 11% is actually impressive because we didn't have access to the type of information we have now. So the 11% who didn't buy this shit, those are some smart people. These numbers should be much higher now. Now that we know, like, you can just go on the internet and figure this shit out. I want to go further down here and just get to where we're at. So it stayed pretty popular. Let's see. The final survey before the U.S. invaded said that most Americans favored it. So total here, 66% of Americans favored the war, 26% opposed. Men, 71%. Women, 61%. Always a little bit better. Always a little bit better historically. Ages 18 to 29, 67, 66, all the way down. College grads were less likely to support it. You'll see the same here. The most educated people in this country are less likely to support this invasion of Ukraine. Some college, 76%, high school, less 67%. And then Republicans, 83%. 83% of Republicans said, let's go. 52% of Democrats. What's up?
Do you have time to take opposition?
No, I got to pick up my daughter in 10 minutes. I'm actually running out of time now, but they can come back tomorrow. All right. A sizable majority of Republicans and Republicans. Okay, I covered that. So that's what the polling was. Then I'm going to get down here. Sorry, I'm cruising through this. I didn't expect to go all the way to 2 today. Let's go after the war. And then watch how this changes. So this is up through 2018. In 2003, 89% of Republicans said, let's do it. By 2014, it was down to 52%. And then for some reason, it went up to 61 in 2018. I don't know why this happened. I guess you guys just forgot. That's as long of history as you can remember. I assume this has something to do with Donald Trump talking about Muslims and banning Muslims. Democrats, it dropped from 53 down. And then we also saw a rise here up to, what's that going to be? Probably around like 40% and down to 27%. Liberal, educated people on the right side of history consistently on the right side of history. So when you find yourself agreeing with conservatives when it comes to war, just know almost always you're on the wrong side of history. You can't see it here, but I put it up behind me. You see that picture behind me of Colin Kaepernick? Above that, I now have a frame picture of Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad Ali was against going to the Vietnam War. And all you folks here that have been critical of us all day, you also would have criticized Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was right. There was no reason to go into Vietnam, and he went to jail for that. He lost his boxing license for that. He lost his livelihood for standing up for doing the right thing. And thousands and thousands and thousands of Americans were killed unnecessarily because we decided to go to Vietnam. There's no, you would not be on the side of Muhammad Ali either. It's always a slim minority, but it's generally people that are far left. It's never you guys on the right. We know he was a dictator, John. We've said he was a dictator. John, one more time. Maduro was a dictator. So was Saddam Hussein. That doesn't mean we go in there and decapitate their government and occupy their country. If that's your only argument, then you're no different than these people. The tough reality in America is that about every 20 years, a bunch of angsty Republicans, when economic times are hard, don't want to address reality, don't want to address the fact that trickle-down economics doesn't work, so they just take us to war. And that's where we're at now. You guys are trying to drag us into war because your economics don't work. Donald Trump has fixed absolutely nothing that he said he would fix. All right, Scott, get the fuck out of here. Colin Kaepernick's far more brave than you ever were. Colin Kaepernick's not a dumb motherfucker like you. I just lick Donald Trump's taint for a hobby. I believe the government. You can say whatever the fuck you want about Colin Kaepernick. He's more of an American patriot than any of you dumb fucking Republicans. You guys all advocated that he lose his job for speaking his opinion because you're cancel culture whiny bitches. Colin Kaepernick is a hero of mine. I love Colin Kaepernick. And if you don't, that's fine. But he will always be somebody that I look up to. He also gave his life, or his not his life. He also gave up his career in football for doing the right thing. You guys celebrate Pat Tillman for what he did because he gave up his football life to go fight a war that we shouldn't be in. And then he lost his life, and then our government lied about it and covered it up. So they dragged him to war, and he died. He died for no fucking reason, and he's a hero. But if Colin Kaepernick stands up for marginalized people, not himself, just other marginalized people, and then he loses his job, then he's a prick. Yeah, you're just racist. I'm white. I'm very white. Thank you for asking. But yeah, this is just flat out racism. You guys don't mind cancel culture when it's canceling a black man for speaking his mind. But goddamn, you guys got mad when Nick Fuentes, an actual Nazi, got canceled. And you guys lose your fucking minds. I can't believe they're censoring the speech of a Nazi. But that Colin Kaepernick needs to shut the fuck up about the fact that the police sometimes go after black communities more than white communities. Joe, you said I sound like every 13-year-old girl on Instagram. I'm not shocked that you follow a bunch of 13-year-old girls on Instagram. You are, after all, part of MAGA, and that's kind of like, it kind of goes with it. Bunch of all these 13-year-old girls that I'm following piss me right off. I just want to see pictures. I don't want to hear what they have to say. Yeah, Docker. All right, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta go pick up my daughter. We'll pick up where we left off yesterday. But Jen, I'll read these comments. Don't worry about it. Got it. Let's see. Dar said, exactly, now it's the narco terrorists. Are they real? Yes. It's an excuse? Yes. They feed the problem, even create it. The intelligence agencies, the government. Facts. Dave said, you say socialism doesn't work with U.S. sanction? Okay, I got that one already. Go here to Jen's. Renee said, stop calling him older millennial. It's golden millennial. Jamar said, what the fuck happened to No New Wars, cucky fucking bitches? Matt said, I found Jen Dub on Venmo. You maggots can find her on Discord. Hope you're well, Jen. Thank you. Tim, thanks for joining the dollar train. Ryan said, catch the RTP train. Thank you, my friend. I like the picture, too. I'm just cruising. Janelle said, I decided to double my typical donation because, man, a single field goal gotta hurt. Fuck. It did hurt. It did hurt a lot. Ryan said, fuck MAGA, dictator bullshit. They're not patriotic. They're not about American values. Greenland and Canada are not for sale. They are our allies. No, they're not patriotic. They are cucks. MAGA just gets upset about people being different, and they just dick ride Donald Trump, the senile old man that's currently not even running our country. He's just being a puppet for fascists. Sorry, I can't read that comment that Jen.
You're
just sent me.
welcome.
Sorry, yeah, I can't read that. Thank you. All right, I think that's it, guys. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, every weekday here. For our members tonight, we'll be watching 2 more episodes of Dope Sick. That's going to be at 6 Pacific time, Jen.
I thought you said 5.
5 Pacific.
I thought we were doing 5.
Yeah, 5
but-
Pacific. Thank you.
We also got another Venmo that just came through from Jennifer. Just
will you read it?
message. Thanks.
Frank, you spelled looser with 2 L's. Loser is what you meant to say. Looser is why you fell out of your mom. Jen? Did you send it?
Nothing. I'm all good.
No, did you send it or did you read it?
She didn't have a message. Just it was a bye kind of a thing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, guys. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.